Welcome, California, to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting for September 17th and 18th. My name is Neil Fornashari, and along with Commissioner Sarah Sadwani, we'll be hosting these meetings. And I will call this meeting to order and ask Ravi to call the roll.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Lamons. Commissioner Sadwani. Commissioner Sanai.
Morning here.
Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Turner.
Here.
Commissioner Vasquez.
Here.
Commissioner Yee.
Here.
Commissioner Ahmad.
Here.
Commissioner Akutagawa. Commissioner Fernandez.
Presente.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
And Commissioner Fornashari.
I am here.
You have a quorum, Chair.
Thank you, Ravi. Appreciate it. So let's see. So technically, this is a separate meeting from the meeting we had on the 15th. So we'll go through the whole agenda. We won't. I imagine there won't be a lot of additional reports out in sections 3 or 4, but we'll go through the whole agenda. So the first agenda item includes general announcements, and I want to ask Anthony. He has a general announcement for us.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Good morning, Commission. I just wanted to let you all know that the governor signed AB 361 yesterday, which was the Bagley-Keene extension. So teleconference meetings will continue through January 31st of 2022. Anybody have any questions? I know it passed the Assembly and the Senate, and we were hearing the governor was expected to sign it, and he did yesterday. So I just wanted to make that announcement, and it's effective immediately because it has an urgency clause. So it's effective now. So plan on making slight adjustments to agendas, and rather than referring to executive orders that allow us to meet the way we are, now it's pursuant to existing law.
And that goes through the end of January?
End of January.
Okay, very good. Well, that's great news, I think, for all of us and all of California. So thank you for that. Were there any questions on that at this point? Okay, so I'll just kind of walk us through today. We're going to begin this morning with a guest speaker, talk about California geography and how it relates to our work. Then we'll spend the rest of the day discussing the North Coast, the Bay Area, and the Central Coast, and giving direction to the line drawing team on what we'd like to see in the initial visualizations for those 3 areas. And then that's pretty much the day. So with that, I will call on Katie for general public comment.
All right. Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
In order to maximize transparency and public participation in our process, the commissioners will be taking public comment by phone. To call in, dial the telephone number provided on the live stream feed. It is 877-853-5247. When prompted to enter the meeting ID number provided on the live stream feed, it is 838-6565-7077 for this meeting. When prompted to enter a participant ID, simply press the pound key. Once you have dialed in, you will be placed in a queue. To indicate you wish to comment, please press star 9. This will raise your hand for the moderator. When it is your turn to speak, you will hear a message that says the host would like you to talk and to press star 6 to speak. If you would like to give your name, please state and spell it for the record. You are not required to provide your name to give public comment. Please make sure to mute your computer or live stream audio to prevent any feedback or distortion during your call. Once you are waiting in the queue, be alert for when it is your turn to speak, and again, please turn down the live stream volume. And I invite those that have called in this morning to please press star 9 on their telephone keypad. This will raise your hand indicating you have called in to give comment this morning and not just to listen. Caller 9817, I do see that hand. If you will now please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. And again, thank you for your commitment and dedication to our state. Buenos días a todos. My name is Jenny Curto, and I am from San Luis Obispo County. I was speaker number 32 during your August 27th Zone E as an Edward input hearing. Building on that testimony, if you would allow me, please ask your line drawers to keep our county whole in any visualizations. Also, please ask them to draw both an option showing San Luis Obispo going both north to Monterey and an option going south to Santa Barbara for both the Assembly and Senate plans. As the line drawers can show you, San Luis Obispo currently goes north in the Senate and south in the Assembly. And I think the public would benefit from seeing the effects of both orientations for both plans. I know selfishly it would help me provide future feedback. Thank you and have a successful day. And please keep the residents in mind that shared the same input that I did of concern on August 27th about keeping our area whole. Thank you so much, and you have a wonderful day.
Well, thank you for your interest and your feedback and your participation. We appreciate it.
That was all of our callers at this time, Chair.
Did the instructions finish yet, Katie?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. I'll wait a few more seconds to see if we get another caller. Okay, well, with that, we will move on. So I'll just check in with Director Hernandez. Is there any additional reports any new news since Wednesday that anyone wants to share?
Just one thing, Chair. A travel store will be set up, and email will be coming out on Monday to all the commissioners for their travel, so they can make any necessary travel arrangements for the upcoming meeting. That was it.
Okay. Any questions on that? Commissioner Sinai?
Sorry, it took me a while to find the raised hand. Actually, I'll look at the travel policy. I think the travel policy will say if you're driving up and it's going to take a while because you're exploring how many days, yet what hotel coverage you can have. So I'll look at that.
Okay. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. So none of the other directors have any updates? I just want to check in. It's been 2 days, so okay. All right, very good. So for item number 4, I'll just throw it out. Any of the subcommittees have any updates over the past couple of days that they would like to share? No? Okay. So with that, apologize. We should have, I'm sorry, I lost my place. My apologies. We should have jumped to item number 7, the review of California geography. So with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Kennedy to introduce our speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. As we're all aware, we've spent quite a bit of time looking at maps, but almost all of the maps that we've been looking at have been flat maps. And at the same time, we've heard about many geographical and topographical features, some of which we're familiar with and some of which we're not all that familiar with or are completely new to us. So it occurred to some of us that it might be useful to have a formal presentation, briefing, I guess, on California geography and topography, looking at some of those features that might not have been immediately obvious to us on the flat maps that we were looking at. We are very happy and honored to have with us today Professor Joel Michelson, Distinguished Professor Emeritus from the Department of Geography at UC Santa Barbara, who will be giving us a presentation, but reserving significant time for any questions that you might have. I'm very happy that Professor Michelson accepted our invitation. Professor Michelson, over to you. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you, and hello, everyone. I'm actually quite honored to be asked to do this. Presumably, it's because I taught California geography for quite some time and have, in addition to that, been a California resident for over 50 years. Although I was born in the Midwest and was one of those people from that part of the country in that era that many of us came to California in the mid-1960s. And so I'm going to give a presentation. I'm going to attempt to take over the screen, and please bear with me. I taught for a very long time, but it was all in the pre-Zoom era, so I'm not exactly a Zoom expert. So let's see if this works. And I should also alert you that sometimes my audio breaks up a bit, so let me know if that's a problem. All right, let's see here. Can everyone see that? And can
Yes.
you hear me all right?
Yep.
I'm not breaking up. All right, well, my intent here is to give a very brief overview of the large-scale physical geography, particularly the landforms and topography of California, and talk a little bit about some of the causes, but not very much. Mostly it's just what's there, not so much why it's there. And try to highlight a few places that I think might be particularly interesting and challenging to a group like yours. So let me just start by pointing out what probably is obvious to everyone who's lived in California for any period of time. It's a land of extraordinary contrast, and I like to highlight these 2 points. They're not very far apart, and yet they're separated by over 14,000 feet in elevation between Mount Whitney and Badwater in Death Valley. Highest point in continental United States, lowest point anywhere in the Western Hemisphere, in pretty close juxtaposition to each other. Looking at the overall relief of the state, again, extraordinarily diverse, but it's also quite striking in that the macro level topography of the state is clearly well organized. And this indicates, of course, that the processes that produce the landforms and topography operate on very large scales. Now, back in the middle of the last century, when I was studying geology, this was all pretty much of a puzzle. Now, of course, we know that it's associated with or produced by California's position on the western leading edge of the North American tectonic plate, which has been drifting westward and interacting with First of all, a large oceanic plate that now has mostly disappeared under North America, and then more recently with the Pacific plate, which is sort of veering off to the northwest from the North American plate. As a result of those interactions and as a result of the scale of those large tectonic plates, the overall topography, macro scale topography of California shows some very regular patterns. Not entirely so, and there are some interesting deviations, but for the most part, things get oriented roughly south-north or southeast to northwest, depending on where you are in the state. And as a result, it's frequently much easier to travel north-south than it is to travel east-west. We do start at the southern border with the alternation of a large block of mountains, this Peninsular Range, talk a bit more about in a minute, and then a deep valley, and then some more subdued ranges heading over to the Arizona border. North of there, however, you run into what is a very distinct anomaly in that there's a sharp westward bend to the coastline. And in fact, the grain of the topography shifts from being primarily north-south to being east-west. This is unique in California, and in fact, it's unique in all of North America. There aren't very many other places that have this kind of east-west oriented mountainous topography. This area of the transverse range sort of disrupts that north-south travel pattern and is an area where it's actually considerably easier to go east-west than north-south. Then at about the northern borders of Santa Barbara and Ventura County, the orientation shifts again, and we go to predominantly southeast northwest orientations, first through a series of coastal ranges, then through a broad, flat San Joaquin Valley, and then through the very large fault block Sierra Nevada range, and in fact on east of the Sierra Nevada through a very distinctive set of alternating high mountain, deep valley areas, finally ending up in that blue streak you see over there on the right, which is Death Valley. That all extends pretty much through most of the state until we reach the northern end, north of Cape Mendocino here, where both the orientation of the topography and the underlying geology change quite strikingly. And we get a very mountainous and difficult terrain in the Klamath Mountains, and then a broad volcanic-based area in northeastern California. Both of these areas are in essence, southern extensions of terrain that is much more common in the Pacific Northwest, in Oregon, and even up into Washington. That produces a series of regions. And what I'm going to do is start down in the south here along the coast, head north, and then come back south and describe a little bit about each region as we go, and try to highlight some of the specific characteristics and places in those regions. So we'll start out with the Peninsular Ranges down here at the southwestern corner of the state. Peninsular Ranges in San Diego and somewhat Orange and Riverside County are actually a northern extension of a very long and very distinctive feature that covers the whole extent of the Baja Peninsula. This area is all shifting away from the mainland of North America, being spread apart by a oceanic spreading center. And the whole region is underlain by a large block of volcanic or granitic rock that actually is a very close cousin to the granite in the Sierra Nevada mountains. The whole area is being rafted northward by the movement of the Pacific plate and basically crashing into parts of the North American plate farther to the north. It's characterized by a whole series of fault block ranges that generally increase in elevation moving eastward from the coast. This cross section is sort of up here across the northern part of the province, taking in Mount San Jacinto, and then a very abrupt drop down into the Coachella Valley and the Palm Springs area. This aspect of the terrain is not just distinctive to the Peninsular ranges, it shows up also in the Sierra Nevada, where the whole of this block has been tilted upward, rising from the west to the east, and then dropping off very rapidly to the east. There are a whole series of parallel faults that run along the edges of these ridges that basically captured the motion of the whole province as it moves northwestward relative to the rest of North America. It's also splitting away, as I said, from North America, so we're getting this very deep Salton Trough formed on the eastward side of it. This area has been elevating relatively rapidly. The coast is primarily elevated, coastal bluffs and so on. The rivers have incised through the fault block, but not a great deal. So there's a lot of elevated, relatively flat land in the interior in this province, both in San Diego and Riverside counties, that generally are around 3,000 or 4,000 feet above sea level. Moving north, we get to what is actually a very distinctive area for the California coast. The Los Angeles Basin is one of the few places along the coast where there are extensive areas of relatively flat land right near and open to the coast. Most of the coastal area of California is quite mountainous. This is a distinct deviation from that. The Los Angeles Basin is actually a series of basins separated by faults and also by low to moderate elevation ranges of hills and mountains. So we have the large coastal plain here in Orange and Los Angeles County, the gap that the Los Angeles River comes through going up to San Fernando Valley, the moving east into the San Gabriel Valley, and then the Riverside San Bernardino area all the way into the Cajon Pass region. Lots of relatively flat land, but also bounded by very precipitous mountains to the north, and to some extent to the south here with the Santa Ana Mountains. Notice this very distinct line here, obviously the sign of a major fault there, again, forming the eastern face of the mountain range in this case. The two major accesses through this northern barrier that is the San Gabriels, San Bernardinos, and then the mountains to the west of Los Angeles. Cajon Pass here is directly related to the location of the San Andreas Fault. Again, notice straight lines here. In nature, when you see a straight line, it's almost always a fault line. Most other things don't go in straight lines in nature. And then up through Tajon Pass, up to the Grapevine. This is not directly produced by the San Andreas Fault, but you do encounter the fault as you go up through there, just before you drop down into the Central Valley. That whole area is part of what I mentioned before as very distinctive both for California and for North America as a whole. Since North America has been rafting westward for a couple 100 million years, most of the pressure and most of the resulting topography tends to run north-south. This is one of only a couple of deviations from that in this area. It basically runs from Point Conception eastward, almost directly eastward, through the Ventura County area, San Gabriel Mountains, and then over here to the San Bernardino Mountains. One of the interesting things about this, and I don't have a good explanation for it, is that the San Gabriels are directly adjacent to the San Bernardino Mountains, and yet in between them is the San Andreas Fault, which is moving this whole area northwestward at a pretty good rate of speed, geologically speaking. And so one wonders if maybe this juxtaposition is just a particularly instant in time, and if you came back, you know, 1,000,000 years from now, you wouldn't see it anymore. What's happened here, apparently, I won't go into this in too much detail, but remember that the Gulf of California and the Baja Peninsula are splitting away from Mexico and shifting northward. They're pushing into this area. Part of that movement has apparently rotated this block about 90 degrees clockwise. So in other words, like this, resulting in that particular juxtaposition that also creates a lot of pressure in this area, which elevates these mountain ranges. I'm sure if you've lived here for any period of time, you've heard about the faults that exist in the Los Angeles Basin that are basically thrust faults. In other words, pushing material into and underneath these various ridges here. Because of that pressure and because of the overall shifting of material there, you get a series of alternating ridges and valleys trending east-westward. As I mentioned, this is very unique. It's one, probably about the only part of the state where it's easier to travel east-west than north-south. In fact, in a lot of these areas, you have to go considerably out of your way if you want to go directly north. I live in Santa Barbara here, for example. If I want to go to Bakersfield, I have to go quite a ways out of my way to get there. Here's an example of that that I think is particularly interesting, and it is also relevant to settlement patterns, transportation patterns, and so on. Just east of the San Fernando Valley in the Los Angeles and Ventura County boundary areas. You start with the Santa Monica Mountains. Next to the north is the Conejo Valley, which is where Thousand Oaks and Westlake Village and so on are. A range of hills called the Simi Hills. Then you drop down in the Simi Valley. Incidentally, this topographic map is a 1959 edition. So if you look carefully, you might notice that there are no freeways. This is what eventually became the Simi Valley Freeway, but at this time it was not a freeway. And you can see here, sort of anyway, there is a pass, Santa Susana Pass, right about there, that separates the Simi Valley from the San Fernando Valley. Going on northward, we encounter the Santa Susana Mountains. Then out here, the Santa Clara Valley, excuse me. Now the Santa Clara River actually drains this whole area. Santa Clarita Valley and Santa Clara Valley are not topographically separated from each other. They're part of the same drainage. The Santa Clara River rises in the very western part of the north slopes of the San Gabriel Mountains and drains down to the sea. Actually originates not too far from Palmdale, but there's a drainage divide between them. And then as you go on north from the Santa Clara Valley, you encounter a whole series of mountains in the Los Padres National Forest. And eventually, if you went on, you would get to the Central Valley. But there are a lot of mountains in between, all of which generally trend in this east-west orientation. Moving north from there, just about at, as I said, the northern boundaries of Santa Barbara and Ventura County, the orientation shifts again back to roughly north-south. In this case, it's more northwest to southeast, with the Central Coast Ranges. San Andreas Fault is paralleling all of those ranges, shifting this whole area northward relative to the interior. All of that activity produces a whole series of, again, parallel mountain ranges and valleys. In this case, as I said, the orientation is different. Most of these ranges are not particularly high in elevation, but they're rugged, and there is a lot of relief. In other words, a lot of up and down elevation change. And so it's rather a difficult area to get through. If you look at a map, there are not a large number of highways that go, say, well, there's only one that goes from the Salinas Valley over to the coast at Big Sur. And there are only a few that go from the Salinas Valley eastward into the Central Valley. And as a result of that, partly also as a result of the fact it's quite dry, some of these areas are surprisingly remote, considering that you're right in the middle, sort of in between two very highly developed agricultural areas. Moving north, I've separated the coast ranges into two different regions for convenience sake, but really they're very similar. North of the Bay Area, about the only real difference is the San Andreas Fault now becomes the western boundary of the region and eventually disappears offshore. But again, there are a whole series of parallel sort of northwest to southeast trending mountain ranges that run from the coast all the way into the Central Valley. The Sacramento Valley, you can see the edge of over here. And one of the things I like about using these satellite photographs is that the differences in vegetation, which reflect differences in elevation, give you a good sense of, for example, right at the western edge of the Sacramento Valley, there's some very distinct long linear north-south ridges that sort of characterize the grain of the topography throughout this area. Once again, you're in much better shape if you want to go north-south than if you want to go east-west. There are only a few ways to get from, say, the Highway 101 corridor out to the Sacramento Valley, for example, or for that matter, out to the coast. Very rugged coastline, of course, here, and very little flat land. Finally, we reached the northern border, the Klamath Mountains. This is a very complex area, geologically complex topographically. Mostly it's drained by the Klamath River and its tributaries. Klamath River is somewhat unique in that it actually originates east of the Cascade Mountains in southern Oregon and runs out all the way to the coast. There are not any other mountain ranges that really, rivers that really penetrate that far through the mountain ranges of the Cascades or the Sierra Nevada until you get, of course, to the Columbia River to the north. These are generally mid to high elevation, not super high, but very complex terrain, very rugged. The river valleys tend to be rather deep, and so it overall is the relief is quite striking here, and very distinctive, leads to kind of a lot of remote areas up there. Add to that the fact that it's very wet, and so the vegetation is very thick, and you get all the stories about Bigfoot and so on that originate in that area. Moving east, we enter an area that really is the southern extension of the Cascade Mountains and the Columbia basalt flows from Oregon and Washington. The major plate boundaries shift at about Cape Mendocino, and so this area is associated with the same sort of tectonic activity that characterizes the Pacific Northwest and is distinctly different than what's happening farther south in the Sierra Nevada, Central Valley, and coast ranges. Moving southward, we encountered the Central Valley, and this is, to me anyway, one of the most extraordinary things about California topography. In a sense, there is no topography. It's extraordinary in that it's very flat for a very large distance. Now, I grew up in a part of the country, the Midwest, that at least people that only fly over it think of as being rather flat, but it's nothing like this. First of all, there are frequently rolling hills. Secondly, the extent of the flat terrain is nowhere near what it is here. You know, running through 500-600 miles from the southern end of the San Joaquin Valley to the northern end of the Sacramento Valley. Basically, it's a very large sediment trap. It was filled by sediments eroding from the original version of the Sierra Nevada. The modern Sierra Nevada is quite recent in geologic terms. It was originally, most of it was deposited below a shallow ocean, thus the flat nature. And it only in the last few million years has been elevated above the level of the ocean, but it's not very far above the level of the ocean. And in fact, the delta, of course, is almost at sea level. And, you know, if we wait long enough, we'll be below sea level as sea level rises. The northern valley is north of the delta is the Sacramento Valley. This is all the Sacramento River drainage. It does rise gradually northward and is the source of the majority of the water that, almost all of the water that's not groundwater, that provides for irrigated agriculture throughout the Central Valley, and also a good deal of the urban water in Southern California. It used to be a large marshy area. Virtually every spring when the snow melted in the Sierra Nevada, a large lake would form in the Delta region and south of Sacramento. There's been a great deal of effort over a long period of time to build all sorts of flood control, dams, levees, bypasses, and so on. That has been partly successful, but if you've lived here for a while, I'm sure you've seen examples of flooding that still does occur in the area. And once something like the Sacramento River jumps its levees, there's a lot of flat land for it to cover. The southern part of the Central Valley is the San Joaquin Valley. is the source of the San Joaquin River, of course. A distinctive thing about the San Joaquin Valley, though, is the southern half, roughly, is two interior drainages. Both the Kings River and the Kern River do not flow out to the ocean, or at least didn't under natural circumstances. They flow into enclosed basins at the southern end of the valley. And the southern end of the valley, and particularly the southwestern portion of the valley, are actually quite dry and really could be classified as desert. Looking quickly at the Sierra Nevada, the Northern Sierra, north of Tahoe, basically, is cut by a number of very large rivers. It's very wet. And these rivers are generally have dissected deep canyons as the mountain range has lifted up. Overall elevations decrease moving northward. Again, this is a major source of our water. And I might just note the area below the snow cover here down in through this region is the Sierra Nevada foothills. This is the gold country area. It's topographically very complicated. On the one hand, you still get the overall tectonic orientation of north-south parallel ridges. And there's some major faults that run along through the gold country area. It's one reason why there's gold there. But then you have these large rivers that cut through if they're deep canyons. And even though the elevations are fairly low, the river valleys are still well below the elevation of the uplands around them. And so while it was one of the most active areas in California at the beginning of the of statehood, it became something of a backwater fairly soon afterwards by the 1880s, and really only recently as people have started to move back in there, commuting to places like Sacramento and even the Bay Area, has it sort of reawakened. It's a difficult area to travel around in because of topography. Also dense vegetation, it's very wet, and so there are a lot of still rather isolated areas within that zone. Southern Sierra is somewhat different, distinctly different, really, in the sense that it is a large, almost unbroken fault block. None of the rivers in the Southern Sierra have managed to cut through all the way to the east side. And so there's a very continuous wall, really, along the east side of the Sierra Nevada. What is so impressive if you drive along 395 through the Owens Valley. Again, it's a fault block that's tilted. So the incline on the west slope is very gentle, relatively speaking, and you have a range that extends over several tens of miles, 40 or 50 miles from the crest down to the floor of the valley. On the east side, it's very steep, and in the matter of 5 or 10 miles, you drop from the crest down to the Owens Valley. There's some large plateaus, still remnants of glacial, glacial, but granitic plateaus, the Kern Plateau, for example, that are elevated that have not really been fully dissected. Kern Canyon down in the southern Sierra, southernmost Sierra, is distinctive in that it runs southward through apparently an old fault zone from the original mountain range, and drains out to the Bakersfield area. Quickly moving eastward into the areas east of the Sierra Nevada. First, we encounter what's referred to as the Basin Range. This area is a whole series of fault block mountains separated by deep downdrop valleys. It actually extends virtually through all of Nevada, and just the western portion of it is in California, just east, starting from the east face of the Sierra Nevada and running on east from there. Again, these are parallel ranges, parallel valleys. The topography here, the relief is quite striking. Several elevation changes drop over 10,000 feet in a matter of 10 miles or less as you move through this area. Moving to the Mojave Desert, there's not a clear distinction between the Mojave and the Basin Range. In fact, the Mojave is part of the same province in terms of landforms, although the mountains are much more, the relief is much more subdued. The valleys are much broader, and overall the topography is not as dominant as it is to the north. One feature I wanted to highlight here, because it's kind of, I think, almost an oxymoron, the Mojave River. It is a classic desert river. The saying here is that basically it's upside down. Most of the time there's no water on the surface, but there is in fact a fairly substantial groundwater reservoir that provides water for places like Victorville and Barstow. And occasionally the river will actually carry surface water all the way out to a dry lake, Soda Dry Lake, that is out by Baker. And frequently it will have, if there's decent snowpack in the San Bernardinos, it will carry water through Victorville and as far as halfway to Barstow. It provides a somewhat connected drainage in an area where just about everything else is isolated interior drainage basins. This, of course, is interior drainage. It doesn't get to the ocean, but it gets farther than just about anything else. The Antelope Valley over here is a whole series of interior drainages that get the runoff from the north slope of the San Gabriels. Excuse me. Finally, Colorado Desert is a name that's typically used for what is really in some ways the western extension of the deserts of Arizona, the Sonoran Desert in particular. And the most distinctive feature in terms of landforms of the Colorado Desert is the Salton Trough. This is the area that is being split apart from the continent. The Salton Trough is, of course, below sea level. It would be part of the Gulf of California, except for this whole region, the Imperial Valley, which is essentially a delta deposit for the Colorado River that blocks the sea from coming into the Salton Trough. As you're probably aware, the Salton Sea here is a recent mistake, or relatively recent, about early in the 20th century. Floodgates on an irrigation canal got blown open by the Colorado flood. It flooded down into the basin and formed this interior lake. It would have disappeared a long time ago, except that it gets a lot of runoff from irrigated agriculture down here in the Imperial Valley area and then up in the Coachella Valley on both slopes here. As I mentioned before, this is bounded on the east by this very precipitous, on the west, by this very precipitous faulting area that separates the trough from the Peninsular ranges back there to the west. And that basically reinforces what I just said. And I believe that's it. Oh no, I've got the counties. One of the things that was suggested you might be interested in is where county boundaries are aligned with topographic features. So I looked around a bit. This is by no means a definitive list, but first of all, any place you see a county boundary that's not a straight line or doesn't have right angles, it's probably oriented at least roughly along some sort of physiographic feature. And so there are clearly some here. I've identified a few of them. In the Klamath Mountains area, for example, these county boundaries are all pretty much aligned with drainage divides between here, for example, the Trinity River and then the Klamath River up to the north, or the North Coast drainage from the Sacramento drainage is down through here and so on. Several of the county boundaries run right along the Sierra Crest, separating the Central Valley drainage from the interior drainage here in the Basin Range area. I haven't highlighted a number of these that clearly run along some sort of physical feature because they run along river channels. Those are pretty easy to pick out, and I was kind of short of time, so I didn't do it all. But a lot of these, for example, clearly, I think it would not surprise you to know that they run along the Sacramento River or rivers, the Feather River, for example, which is a major tributary of the Sacramento River. Those are easy to spot even on a regular map. The drainage divide alignments are a little trickier to find. They're less common in Southern California. The drainage is less, river drainage are less of a factor in Southern California, but there are a few of them. Santa Cruz, Santa Clara County, and then Santa Clara into the Central Valley, both separate drainages, in this case, the coastal drainage from the San Francisco Bay, then San Francisco Bay from San Joaquin. Monterey County here separates the interior drainages. Actually, sometimes some of these drain to the Sacramento River, but mostly they don't get there from what are interior drainages in the western San Joaquin Valley. And then the continuation here of county boundaries along the Sierra Nevada crest. But everything else in Southern California is pretty much straight lines, which of course is not topographically induced. All right, so that's it. And I'll be glad to take any questions. Let's see now, how do I get back to turning the screen back? There we go. Thank you.
You want to facilitate, Commissioner Kennedy?
I will be happy to. So Commissioner Yee.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor, and such a big state, and so much geography. I'm interested in hearing more about San Joaquin Valley and subsidence. So all the heavy and even accelerating groundwater pumping apparently is causing even catastrophic land subsidence. And how bad is it? How widespread is it? And what can we expect, coming decades?
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, it's an area that was subsiding naturally. And so you have as I mentioned, the southern third or half naturally was an interior drainage. That also is because it's relatively dry. The subsidence due to groundwater pumping and also petroleum pumping is, I think, somewhat less widespread, but it's very severe in a number of different areas. The western part of the San Joaquin Valley, and also the area along Highway 99, where there's been long-term groundwater withdrawal, are both having some severe problems. It's starting to affect infrastructure negatively. There are problems with some of the canals apparently that are either cracking apart or getting tilted so they no longer drain in the correct direction. And it's hard to see that the situation is going to do anything but get worse. One of the ironies of water in the West, the history of water in the West was that one of the big selling points for the federal project, which is based, centered on Lake Shasta, was to provide surface water to ameliorate what was already a problem in the first part of the 20th century, heavy groundwater pumping throughout areas in the Sacramento, and particularly San Joaquin Valley. It obviously didn't satisfy that. What resulted instead was that more acreage was put into irrigation, and groundwater pumping continued. I'm not enough of an expert to really give you a definitive answer on how widespread it is, or specifically which areas are the worst, but certainly it is an ongoing problem. And while we do now have some, at least in the long term, some possibility for accounting for groundwater and usage, which was completely ignored before, it's already gone far enough. And given that surface water supplies are undoubtedly going to continue to decline, at least episodically, I'm sure it will get worse. And furthermore, maybe one last thing, the groundwater that is being pumped was deposited over, ice ages. So it's not something that's going to reverse anytime soon. We're talking about thousands of years that would be required to replenish it. Now, if there were excess surface water, there could be programs to inject it into the ground, but that's a big if.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Fernandez, followed by Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Michelson. This was a great presentation. I'm just regretting not paying as close attention when I was in school. Didn't know I was gonna need that information, but just a couple things. I think I missed when you said your tour is gonna start of California, so I just want to make sure I'm available. And then the second thing is, can I get a copy? Can we get copies of your presentation? I think that would be helpful for myself in terms of as we're moving forward, I can reference that information. But again, thank you so much. We will? Okay, great.
Yeah, we have provided it to staff for posting on the website.
Great, thank you.
Well, and when I said toured, I was actually referring to a virtual tour that we just went through. I have traveled throughout California very extensively, and I enjoyed it a lot, but I don't have a specific tour planned. If there are, I'm interested in this enterprise very much, and if there are other things I can do to assist, I'd be happy to, but no firm plans at the moment.
Thank you so much, Professor Michelson. Commissioner Anderson, followed by Commissioner Fornashari.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed it. As a structural engineer, I pay attention to all the faulting and how that works. So it was right up my alley. Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. I'd like you to go, if you could even look at the map again. Today, we're actually concentrating on the coastal area, and actually the North Coast, the Bay Area, and then the Central Coast. And what I'd like to see, if you could just quickly kind of go over the two areas, up in the north, where you have the Klamath River and the Trinity. If you could kind of walk us through where the river is as well as the water, the watershed ridges. And then in the Bay Area, when you were talking about the San Gabriel and the, I can't remember the mountains on the east, how they split the San Andreas, but they're still parallel. And that's not the case in, San Benito, the Hollister area. In the Bay Area, there's, the whole range there that, yeah, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So if you could kind of walk us through that, because the valleys in that area will kind of affect what we're talking about, we'll be talking about a little bit today. So if you could do that.
All
thank
right,
you.
let's see here. I'll go back to my screen. The Klamath River, you can all see that, I hope. Yeah, comes down through like this. Now it also picks up the Trinity River, the Salmon River through here. So it basically drains this whole area. Crescent City is actually drained by the Smith River that I don't show on here. So that this is a drainage divide here. But the rest of this area is all drained by either the Klamath River directly or by its tributaries in the Trinity and Salmon Rivers. And it extends all the way through, it crosses Interstate 5 at Wairika roughly, and on up into Oregon. So it drains this whole area north of, this is Mount Shasta right here. It drains that area as well. Moving southward from there, the coast ranges here, basically, let's see, there's kind of a borderline right about at Eureka, where the terrain of the landscape shifts and you get the north-south trending coast ranges taking over. The Eel River here is an indication of that, as it basically becomes pretty much straight north or northwestward. This doesn't catch it too well, but up in here. Then we get this whole series of valleys. The 101 corridor, which runs through here, is the main one. And then the Sonoma and Napa valleys extend over this way. Let's see, this would be Anderson Valley running up there towards Fort Bragg. And a very rugged area up through Round Valley and out to the western part of the Sacramento Valley. Are there specific aspects of this area that you are interested in?
No, actually, that was perfect up there. And then if you could hit sort of the Bay Area, that would be great.
Yeah, okay. I sort of crossed over that, but let's see, maybe that will come up in this one. No, I kind of arbitrarily cut it off, so let me go between the two of them, are the northern and it's closer here. The Bay Area, of course, the San Andreas Fault produces this very pronounced feature at Tamales Bay, and Point Reyes Peninsula is on the ocean side of it. We have a series of roughly parallel faults moving eastward from that through the Marin County area, actually the Sonoma County, Napa Valley, all that area, basically paralleling the San Andreas Fault, going south. See, maybe if I look at the big one, I can get all of that in. Yeah, it's a pretty small picture then. The San Andreas Fault runs right across there. There's, of course, a very distinctive series of long linear features in the peninsula, some of them which have reservoirs in them now. that are the San Andreas Fault Zone. On the East Bay side of that, you've got the Hayward Fault that basically is again running parallel. That runs through Hayward, Berkeley, and so on, including the UC Berkeley Stadium, which gets offset a few inches every year. And they had to do some major structural work on it about 10 years ago. And then you have, again, sort of parallel valleys, the San Ramon Valley, east of Oakland, and the Livermore Valley and so on, moving south into the South Bay area. These again are all basically paralleling the San Andreas Fault. This Santa Clara, yeah, it is Santa Clara Valley there. Then the mountains to the east of it, again, another one of these very rugged, not terribly high elevation, but very rugged and rather remote areas that has very few passages through it. Come down here, this is the Pajaro River Gap here, coming out from San Benito County in the actual San Andreas Fault, then the Salinas Valley emptying out there. More?
Bill, thank you very much. That's just trying to give us an idea of what we're looking at today. So thank you.
Right. Mm-hmm. All right, so. Anything else?
Commissioner Fornashari?
Yeah, let's see, I had a question for you. If I look at the, at sort of El Dorado, Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, Mariposa County, the eastern or western boundaries of those counties seem to be kind of the demarcation between the valley and the foothills. Is that a reasonable assessment, or is that just in my imagination?
I think it is probably a reasonable assessment, although I think you might find that the boundaries actually extend a bit farther west than the actual topographic expression of the foothills. Actually, one of the ways to at least be clear that you're in the foothills is that those rivers that come through frequently have a dam on sort of the last ridge or the next to the last ridge before you get out into the flatlands of the valley. And so there'll be a reservoir there. And while that certainly is not universal, that you tend to see that on, the majority of the rivers. But I think that it just eyeballing it here, the county boundaries look to me like they're a little bit farther west than the actual physiographic features.
Great, thank you, appreciate it.
Any further questions? Commissioner Anderson.
If we have a little more time, I just one other area, again, it would be on your map. You were talking about the Kern Valley Basin, which went, or the Kern Valley, which crossed through the Sierras. And I didn't quite follow that. I think for our purposes tomorrow, that would be sort of helpful to see that. If in that you had a pretty good picture in that area, but I couldn't quite tell which one where it was.
Right. It doesn't actually go through the Sierra, but it runs south instead of west through here. This is what's called the Great Western Divide, and it's part of the Sequoia National Park area.
Okay.
Then you drop down into the Kern Canyon, and the Kern River, which drains this whole Kern Plateau area. See, the drainage divide, the actual drainage divide is way over on the far eastern side.
Okay.
Here. The Kern River then comes out. There's different forks of it, but they join up and come out toward Bakersfield, cutting through sort of down here past Lake Isabella. Lake Isabella is kind of where it changes direction and finally heads west to get out. But all of that is still in the western slope of the Sierra Nevada, because the way it's tilted, the actual divide is this crest that is along the very eastern side.
Wonderful. Do you happen to know where Ridgecrest is in that?
Ridgecrest would be over here, roughly, somewhere. Let's see.
Okay, thank you.
See, that's Lake Isabella there. Ridgecrest is over here. And China Lake, I believe this is probably China Lake here.
Great. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Excellent. Professor Michelson, thank you so much for joining us this morning. And we also very much appreciate your interest and availability for helping us with any future geographical questions we might have. Chair, do we need to ask for public comment at this point?
Yes, we do. And I'll have Katie ask for public comment.
Yes, Chair. Is it on, what is the public comment?
On agenda item number
7, I believe you said.
Got it. The Commission will now be taking public comment on agenda item 7. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 838-6565-7077 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions are read at the beginning of the meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And we do not have anyone in the queue at this time, Chair, and we will let you know when the instructions are complete.
Okay, well, thank you. And thanks, Professor Michelson, for joining us today. Really interesting stuff. I felt like I was back in college for a few minutes, and that's always fun. And I do want to also say I really appreciate you providing some clarity on the Antelope Valley, because those two mountain ranges coming together, like this at a really well-defined angle, just seems so weird to me as we were looking at it the other day when we were doing some mapping exercises, and now knowing that two faults intersect right there explains it. Really interesting stuff. So thank you for that.
Well, good. Thank you. And again, thank you all for your good work. As a geographer and as a Californian, both, I am very impressed.
Well, thanks. I think it's also helpful, for me, certainly, I hope, hopefully for the rest of the commission, to see the physical geography of the mountain ranges of the state. I mean, you touched on some of the issues that we've heard from testimony, is that getting across the mountains in certain areas is difficult, if not impossible, to go from the valley to the areas, from the southern Central Valley to get over to the areas on 395. You have to go all the way around. It's hours and hours and hours of a drive. You can't get across there. And in the North State too, there's only a couple of ways to get from the central part of the state over to the coast.
Right.
So,
all right.
Well, I don't see that we have any callers at this point for public comment on this topic. So at this point, we'd like to thank you for joining us, and have a great rest of your day.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just wanted to let you know the instructions are complete.
Yeah, I assume that I had talked enough to get them complete, so I went on. Okay, thanks, Katie. Okay, so let's see. We've got about 15 minutes left in this session before we go to the next break. So what I want to do is go to agenda item 6, the Language Access Subcommittee, and they have a document that they've submitted for us to take a look at, and I'll ask Commissioners Akutagawa and Fernandez to talk us through that.
Great, thank you, Chair. Although our subcommittee has been sunsetted, we thought it was important to resurrect it after the communities of interest input meetings that we've had. As you're aware, we, as a commission, we made the decision starting in August, excuse me, to do some consecutive interpretation and offer that in Spanish for all of the meetings and then in different languages for some of the meetings. And we felt it was important to bring back information as to how many listeners were in the simultaneous line listening to our meetings, as well as the associated costs with that. And so we did, hopefully you were able to review the spreadsheet that we provided. And what we did is well, I shouldn't say we, I need to thank Outreach Director Kaplan. She put this information together. So thank you so much. I feel like I'm taking credit for your work, but we really, Commissioner Akutagawa and I really appreciate all of the work that you did, as well as our admin director, Villanueva. He also was involved in coordinating with Verizon on some of these conference call lines that we had. So with that, in terms of some of the information on the spreadsheet that we feel is most important, or not important, but crucial to as we move forward. So the reason for doing this, as we move forward, we're anticipating holding additional input meetings that will be more associated with our potential drafts. So we felt that language access, we might be considering some decisions at that point, and we wanted to bring this forward as soon as possible, so that we can use that information to draw any conclusions or determinations that we're going to make moving forward. The main columns I would like to draw to your attention would be the number of listeners that were listening on the conference call lines, and that would begin in August, because that's when we started providing the simultaneous interpretation. And as it shows, the majority of time we did not have any listeners in the different language lines that we provided. At the most, it appears we had 3 individuals listening to our Spanish line a couple of times, and Khmer, we had 7 for that. But for the most part, as I noted, there weren't any listeners on that simultaneous interpretation that we were providing on the conference lines. And then additional information that we decided to bring forward were how many times were there requests for interpretations. And then there were also a few times when there was requests for interpretation and it wasn't used. Again, that's a cost we had to incur, but we felt it was also important to bring that information forward. And what we did is we also showed, and when I say we, I go back to Raul and Marcy, and Commissioner Akutagawa and I just said, okay, thank you for the information. So thank you again for that. And also for our Executive Director, Hernandez. And what we did is we estimated what the total cost of interpretation, providing that interpretation, it's close to $54,500. Right now it's an estimate because we haven't received invoices for that. And then what we also wanted to point out, that it's not only the cost that's involved, there's also a trade-off in terms of there is staffing time that was put into this, obviously, one, to coordinate all the lines with Verizon, the training for the interpreters that were provided by our staff and at every meeting, and also having to deal with any issues in terms of connectivity. And there's much more that was involved with the contract, with the vendor, us providing, our staff providing training to the interpreters, as well as the vendor providing training to the interpreters. So not only is there a dollar cost to this, but there's also a staffing trade-off in terms of if they're working on with Verizon and troubleshooting, then obviously they're not able to work on maybe some of the other duties and some other pending issues. So I think that kind of gives you a good overview of why we brought this information forward. Again, it's informational. I'm not sure we're ready to make any recommendations, but we just wanted to bring it forward as we move forward into this next phase of the commission. And I want to pass it over to Commissioner Kitagawa.
Actually, Commissioner Fernandez, you did a great presentation of it because it was such a, I think a conversation that as a commission that we had around language access, we felt that it would be important to keep everybody informed as to the statistics that we're seeing. We are also conscious that it's only about a month's worth of statistics that we're seeing. But we thought at least it would just give us a sense of just, the usage and where we are. And hopefully as we continue forward, we'll see either usage increase, or it could be that this is just a snapshot. And I think that's part of the reason why we're not ready to make a recommendation just yet, but we wanted to just make sure that you're all informed. I do see that Commissioner Sinai has her hand up too.
Thank you, commissioners, for doing this report. I think it's really exciting, and just focusing on column number 2, it's exciting first steps. Is it possible to also add some information, because when we talk about interpreters, we also talk about sign language, ASL, and any way to capture some of that information as well, because that is a language. And I want to remind us all that this isn't really a fiscal decision. It's actually a long-term decision of being accessible and being accessible to the 40 million, 39 point something Californians, but it's about being accessible to all. And sometimes we need to open small doors, and next time, the door gets larger and larger each time more people come in. I also want to remind us that the costs that we've incurred right now may be little compared to the costs we could incur later if we were, if anyone accused us of not being accessible in a variety of languages. So there is that opportunity cost. So I do want us to keep the larger picture in perspective and not look at this as a fiscal decision based on a snapshot.
Yes, thank you for that comment. And also, I just want to remind everyone that we always have been accessible. We've always had a translation interpretation position where if we receive requests within 5 working days, we would provide that interpretation request. So we have been accessible. And in terms of the ASL, I'm not sure how we could capture that information. Of course, we are required to provide that at every meeting. So regardless of what the statistics would be, we would continue to provide ASL at every meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other comments, questions, thoughts? Well, I appreciate the work in getting this together. It's pretty interesting, that as Commissioner Sinai said, 44 Spanish, 4 Somali, 2 Aroma, 1 Cantonese interpretations. We've had some success in providing accessibility. So that's good news. And Director Kaplan, thank you and your team for your hard work. One of the things that I've been reflecting on is the 14 of us don't really get to see how the sausage is made, and we only get to see how things come out, right? And I think the meetings ran really, really well. But the amount of work behind the scenes to get the meetings set up, the outreach work, the work to set this up, to put the request form out there and coordinate all the appointments and all that work, and it's a lot going on, and so thanks to all the team for all the hard work on that. Let's see, we've got 4 minutes till break. I don't really feel like, Commissioner Sinai and then Commissioner Fernandez.
I do want to keep, on the lessons learned side, it would be great if staff captures that lesson learned now of what administrative support would have been an ideal number and all that, because the next commission is going to go in blind like we did on knowing how to staff up. So that's really an important lesson learned for everybody to be shared now.
And then I had Commissioner Fernandez and then Commissioner Turner.
Yes, actually, the only comment I was going to make was if we had to go to public comment, but I will respond to Commissioner Sinai. Yes, we did. I did ask Director Kaplan and Villanueva to document the information in terms of on the administrative side, and then also for our lessons learned. So we are trying to, thinking ahead a little bit. So thank you for the reminder.
And I'm sorry, Commissioner Turner.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and just quickly, thank you to Director Kaplan and to the Language Access Subcommittee for this information. I think it's important that we do see the data and the dollars associated. And as Commissioner Sinai said, very excited about just our widespread kind of push to ensure that we're including and making it easy for all Californians to participate. With that said, and with this information, I do want for lessons learned for us to take a look at languages that were, because we made a choice early on of which language was to include, heavily influenced by what happened also with the census. But I want us to keep an eye out to see if there were trade-offs that we need to make for different languages instead of just, I appreciate the door being small and then opening up wide. People generally will participate more when they're aware that these services are available and see how it plays out. I get all of that. And I also want us to look at the languages that were selected to see if there are some that needed to be a different choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Turner.
Commissioner Kutagawa, can I ask you to hold your question for 1 second for me, please? Katie, can you call for public comment for agenda item 6? And then we'll get to your question while we're waiting to see if we get callers. So thank you.
Yes, Chair. The Commission will now take public comment on agenda item number 6. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 838-6565-7077 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. There you go.
Thanks. Commissioner Kutagawa.
All right, thank you very much. And I just want to also thank and acknowledge Commissioner Turner for what she also said too. I think like I said, this is just a small snapshot of a month, basically just roughly about a month's worth of the interpretation that we were able to provide. I will just say that there are some interesting I won't say surprises, but there were some interesting, I guess, usages that, I mean, you know, when we put out the, you know, what we were going to do, the choices that we had to make based on, you know, the top languages, based on the, you know, the size of the populations, including also looking at which were the communities that had the larger numbers of limited English proficient community members. You know, we still, you know, just went on, you know, those larger numbers. But I do want to just point out that in terms of the individuals who listened in on the simultaneous interpretation, I just want to just point out that it was interesting to see that there were 7 listeners who listened in Khmer, which is the Cambodian language, as well as we also had 3 that were listening in Punjabi, which is an Indian language as well too. We had 1 Armenian and 7 Spanish speakers, although in terms of the interpretation, those who gave testimony in Spanish, the numbers were pretty significant in this relative to, you know, when you think about the other numbers. The other parts that I do want to also just point out is, and I think maybe this is a kind of aligned with what Commissioner Turner was also saying in terms of the Somali and Oromo requests. And it was nice to see that our, you know, our community members who had requested early on in our process, I recollect back to February when we did have the request to provide translation interpretation in Somali and Oromo, that they continued to stay involved enough that they wanted to also be able to listen in at least to a meeting where they requested that interpretation as well too. And I also just want to point out that while we did have a request for interpretation in Pashto, which is the Afghan language, it looks like that individual did not show up. But I think I do want to also just acknowledge that there are these perhaps considerations going forward for lessons learned that we will have to take into account. And even as we're going forward in the work that we do currently as the 2020 Commission. So yeah, so anyways, I just wanted to just acknowledge that, and just frankly, I'm just kind of really excited about that we were able to do this and to see what was happening, and you know, just being able to see the engagement that we got to. So thank you all.
Thanks, Commissioner Kutagawa. Commissioner Kaplan, I see you have your hand up. We're up against a break, but so if you could be succinct, thank you.
Just really quickly, I just wanted to highlight all the great work that the outreach team had done in really promoting the language accessibility as well. I had shared this with the subcommittee. So in addition to the administrative effort, just really the targeted outreach that was done statewide with communications and the outreach team, not just focused on the specific zones, but really identifying communities across the state that served LEP communities for these languages, and really also making sure as much as possible getting the language line information up, whether it was at the VSS landing page, on our meetings page, in our social media, email blasts, and even in our flyers, ensuring that those were translated in multiple languages and identifying what days there was additional translation availability. And also thank you for the note about putting all this together. And I also just want to highlight the support from my team too, that helped really track this through the process and help put together the document as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Director Kaplan. Really appreciate it, and appreciate all the effort that you and your team put into it. With that, we're up against a break. We're a little bit over. It's 11:05 right now, so we'll be back at 11:20. Thanks. Welcome back, California. Thank you for joining us to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting today. Let's see, in this session of the meeting, we are joined again by our line drawing team and our legal team. And we are going to take much of the rest of the day to provide direction to the line drawing team about our zones A, C, and E, which is the North Coast. Well, Zone A, I think now is going to be referred to as the Bigfoot Zone. And then C is the Bay Area, and E is the Central Coast. Let's see, before we get started, I want to provide a little bit of feedback to the commissioners about the process. And just the note-taking team struggled a little bit to kind of keep up. And it at times wasn't clear exactly when a given commissioner was providing direction. So what I'd like to ask us all to do is just, talk about your thoughts and your perspective and kind of what you're feeling and thinking about a given area. But when you get to a point where you're ready to give direction, just please slow down and say, the direction I want to give is, and then just be very, go a little bit slowly and be very explicit about what you want that direction to be as best we can. And if there is some lack of clarity, we'll come back to you and request some clarity so we can ensure that we get the input that you're intending. The other thing is I just want to check in a little bit, just briefly on the process. I know last time it was a little new to everybody, and there was some uncertainty about what we're doing and why. I mean, I was feeling uncertain also about this process and not knowing how it was going to play out. I guess from my perspective, I just felt like I should trust the process and trust the experts that they're going to get us, where we need to be. But I want to leave a little bit of space here. I know we need to move forward, but leave a little bit of space if any of the other commissioners wanted to, want to comment on the process or how they're feeling about it, or if they have questions or need some more clarity.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Chair Fornachari. So for me, definitely in a place of wanting to trust the process. I'm going to be really anxious when we have the other piece parts that we need, but I'll name that that's exactly where I'm hanging out. But I do appreciate those that have a vision for painting on a canvas without all of the numbers. And we'll just kind of follow along with that thought process. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Anybody else? Okay, well, we can answer questions or, take comments as we go along. So at this point, I'll turn it over to Commissioners Sadwani and Anderson and the team. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair. I think I'm going to go ahead and jump in. I appreciate your thoughtfulness and organization, and also the tips of, once we get into the directions, actually say the direction I want to give is. I think that will greatly help. Now, for commissioners who have heard this, we did it last time, but for any of the public who's turning in now, what we plan to do is, you've heard the public input. That's for the public input meetings, and that's on our website. The videos are under the meeting tab. You can look at those. And the information is all being put into our public input database, which is under the data tab. Now, what we're going to do lead off with is the mappers are going to be walking us through the COI input that has come in through the COI tool, and walk us through sort of a summary of what we've seen, also new things since our last review of this area. Then we're going to go to the commissioners who are the liaisons for, in this area, we're covering the 3 zones, A, C, and E. So the commissioners who are the liaisons for those areas will then review what we're calling the office input, public input. And that is, it's not from our staff, it's what the public has sent in either email, letter, phone, or through our website. And so the commissioner liaisons for the areas will do a quick summary of those. At that point, we will then start giving direction to the line drawers. So with that, I am going to turn it over to our line drawing team.
Thank you so much, Chair Fornachari and Commissioner Anderson. Good morning to all commissioners and everybody watching from home. Just again, a quick overview of what we did last time and what we're doing today. On Wednesday, we summarized the public input that the Commission has received so far from Los Angeles County. We took a look at the citizen voting age population in Los Angeles County and received preliminary direction on creating visualizations in that area. Today, we are doing the same thing for the Northern Coast or Bigfoot Zone, for the Bay Area counties in California and for the Central Coast of California. Again, these correspond with the Commission's outreach zones A, C, and E. I am filling in for Karen just for this morning, and she's going to be here as soon as she can. She'll be here shortly. And today we're going to be working with Tamina, who's mapping zones A, C, and E. Again, Tamina will be working with you. We're following roughly the same outline today as we did on Wednesday. Except Tamina is going to show some of the COIs she was planning to show during her last COI presentation, but due to technical issues was unable to, and also will be showing the 3 COIs that were not shown due to a miscommunication, and the COIs that were submitted between August 26th and September 10th through the COI tool by members of the public. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic to your VRA attorneys, and we'll go from there. Thank you again so much for having us today.
Actually, before they jump in, I might jump back in. There has been posted to our website, and the commissioners should have received this. There's a copy of, just for our, a little cheat sheet, as I call it, a legend. And that, I don't know if you can show that document. I might just have everyone look at it. Basically, it does a reminder of what the colors are for the congressional districts, the assembly districts, the Senate districts, which are green, blue, red. I think I got that right. And then it also has the legends for the variations of color for the CVAP populations in the Latino, Black, and Asian. So if you want to refer to that document just as they're going through things. So now I'll turn it over to our VRA team. Sorry, Commissioner Sinai.
Thank you. I was just curious, where do Native Americans or tribal communities fall under the V, whatever it is? The different communities, ethnic communities.
Are you referring? Go ahead, Jamie. Do you want to go, or you want me to go? Okay. Are you referring for purposes of Voting Rights Act analysis, Commissioner Sinai? Yes. So again, if they absolutely Native American populations absolutely are a consideration under Voting Rights Act analyses, but for purposes of redistricting, the communities would need to meet the same jingles preconditions all other minority communities do, which means that first of all, they would need to be large enough and geographically compact enough to form a district, a majority in a district. I have not seen the data all throughout California yet, and I know we're still getting the population data in. I'm not sure if there's any areas where that's likely to occur, but we'll keep an eye on that and advise if we see any place where it's even close. Jamie, did you have anything you wanted to add to that? Okay.
I think we have Commissioner Kennedy with a question. I don't know if you can see everybody, Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, just following up on that. Thank you for that, David. I am remembering though that there was mention that in 2011 there was a sovereign tribal nation in Northern California that ended up with its lands split. And so, you know, I think we definitely want to make sure that we're not doing that if at all possible.
That's a really great point, Commissioner Kennedy. And let me just be clear that I'm specifically the Jingles preconditions only cover Voting Rights Act compliance issues, but absolutely communities like Native American communities, like tribal communities, like areas that might have some level of tribal sovereignty, those absolutely could be considered communities of interest and are absolutely appropriate to consider in that context.
And if I may, we do have the census geography for tribal areas in California. That's reservations and rancherias throughout California for the most part. And in the line drawing, the preliminary line drawing direction part of this meeting, if that's a direction you would wish to give, then that's a direction we'll absolutely receive. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Kennedy.
I hereby give that direction. Thank you.
Okay. Is that specific enough? Ms. Clark? Is that direction specific enough?
Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, who's driving?
Mr. Chair, if I could just interject for just a moment,
sure.
too. I should note that we've got several members of the legal team along with the line drawing team here today. In addition to myself, I think we've got Dale Larson and Julia Michelle on, and can't see everyone on the video, but feel free to wave. Is there anyone else, Dale, from the team that I haven't seen?
No, and I think this is the first time you all on the commission have had a chance to meet our colleague from Stormwater and Woocher, Julia Michelle. She's been working behind the scenes, but she'll be with you all day today. And in the afternoon after lunch, Salvador Perez, whom you have met before, will be on as well with Julia.
And I'll just add, I'm probably only here for a couple of hours today, but the other lawyers will serve well, I know. And let me know if we need to. I don't want to rehash some of the discussions we had yesterday, or rather 2 days ago, that with regard to the balancing of the factors and the ranking of the factors, and where public input, while a very, very important aspect of the redistricting criteria, where that falls in the priorities and how we're doing our best to start with that, but there will be a balancing of priorities as we go through this process. But I want to make sure we can hit the ground running as much as possible.
Great.
So, Jamie, do you think it's appropriate to move on to the citizen voting age population of the areas in which we're focusing on today? Commissioner Fornisari, is that all right? And I'm sorry, Commissioner Sadwani and Anderson.
Yeah,
Yes,
I'll defer to Commissioner Anderson and Sadwani at this point. Thanks.
Yes, please. Thank you.
That's great. Jamie, you have the go ahead.
All right, thank you. And Tamina is mapping for this session. So Tamina, could you please pull up the census block layer with citizen voting age population loading into it? So again, and Tamina, I'll quit talking after this. So again, we have the percent Latino citizen voting age population displayed on the map right now throughout the state of California. Because it's every single census block, it's so zoomed out, it's very difficult to see. Tamina will zoom in probably first to the northern coast area, and then move down to Bay Area and move down to the Bay Area and Central Coast. the map takes a bit of time to load with this much data in the map, as you can tell.
While we're doing this, I'll just remind everyone from the last time, the intensity of the shading reflects the percentage of, this is Latino community, correct, Jamie and Tamima? In each of the census blocks, but the census blocks are not standardized for size. So some of them are blocks that hold fewer people than others. So they don't necessarily reflect total population for this purpose, but they do show you where concentrations of populations exist.
And Tamina, I think when you're ready, we could take a look at the percent Black citizen voting age population, please.
So Jamie, I have a question for you. If the light yellow is 0 to 30%, there's some white blocks. There's some blocks that have no color. Is that zero?
Yeah, so that would be 0 population blocks.
Okay.
Thank you for that question.
I one quick follow-up question, Jamie and Chair, if you don't mind. With that, the light color would be 0, or the one that's showing white would be 0. How does that play with the unincorporated area that you talked about that would be white, or someone I thought I understood to say was also white?
So some census blocks in the unincorporated area will be 0 population, and some might have people living there and wouldn't necessarily be 0 population. Of course, we can show the CVAP data with cities and census designated places also on the map at the same time to better understand where population is and is not. Mm-hmm. And again, we don't have the final data yet with the incarcerated persons reallocation. And when we do, we will have a better understanding of how those interact.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I'll be zooming in now on the Black CVAP data. We'll start in the north and we will head south. Please feel free to let me know if there are any areas you would like me to zoom in on or linger over for a moment.
Can we zoom in on East Bay? Thanks.
You're very welcome.
I'm sorry, just a second. Can you go back down a little bit? Up in northern Contra Costa, is that Pittsburgh where there's a, right there? Okay, Pittsburgh and Antioch?
Yes,
okay.
It's Pittsburgh, Antioch, and parts of Bay Point.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, wait, in San Joaquin, can we zoom in to see exactly what area that is as well with the higher concentration? Higher up, a little higher. There.
This is actually an unincorporated area outside of Terminus.
I think the population out there is going to be really small.
I'll now be zooming back out to State View.
So at this level, all of the green that we would see is representative of the Black CVAP and does not include any landmarks of geography or trees or land or anything. I'm just thinking about the green color.
That's correct, and a very great observation. The landmark areas layer is turned off at this time. I'll now be shifting to the Asian CVAP.
Chair, another question, Jane. On that, sticking with that color, do you, Tamina, foresee an issue whereby when we do have geography layered, that it would make difficult to differentiate between the CVAP green and the other green on the map?
If you would like to turn on the layers simultaneously, then yes, that would be difficult. However, we can always turn that landmark layer off if there's another layer with green that you would like to see so that they can be more easily visible.
I think I was thinking more along the lines of wondering, even with the fellow commissioners, it could have been just me, but should we perhaps at this earlier stage choose a different color that won't be mixed so that we can see them both?
So Commissioner Kutagawa has her hand up. I'm sorry, Commissioner Anderson, can you see everyone?
I can't see anyone. If people could raise the hand, because then it puts them into the right spot. I can easily see them.
Okay.
I on that, I might ask the mappers that, Commissioner Turner, that's a very good idea. Is there a possibility of changing that color? To say,
Yeah, we can absolutely change that color. Is there a color you would prefer it to be? Right now we have the red color scheme for Latino CVAP. We have a blue color scheme for Asian CVAP.
Could we go say purple? Is that something that's different? Nope. So
I think there already is a purple.
The blue for Asian CVAP is like kind of an indigo.
Okay.
It might be, and for people who are colorblind, blue and purple can be difficult to differentiate.
Oh, you're right. Is there a color you would suggest?
This might be something we can explore offline.
The only challenge is that if we use sorry for not raising my hand, but if we say, okay, green is too much like plants and stuff, we can also make that argument for Asian and blue is too much like water. And so I think we're going to start going down a rabbit hole that's going to be a little complicated. I don't know if we'll ever use the 2 layers, the geography layer with the CVAP layer, and maybe that's the question to ask the line drawers.
You can always turn the different layers on and off and put different opacities on the landmark area and on the census block layer. So it would be possible definitely to differentiate between the 2. Yes.
Okay, we might explore a bit of that in the line drawing subcommittee, bring up a different possibility. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, so I just wanted to follow up on what was said about accessibility and for those who are colorblind. I think that should probably be the main consideration. I think it sounds like there could be distinctions made between, bodies of water and I don't know, whatever green we might use for something else. But I think blue, it's either green, red, or blue that I think are ones that individuals who are colorblind are unable to see or see clearly. And so I think I would just like to recommend that we just avoid those colors and be conscious about that in terms of even, I think, those designations for, it looks like the different districts. So it just makes it so that we avoid any problems later on around accessibility later on.
Thank you. Let's continue on where we are, and then we'll.
Oh, I have my hand up again.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see it. Thank you, Commissioner
okay.
Turner.
Yes, and I'm fine to allow the subcommittee to continue to have discussion about it. But one last thought I would throw in was to perhaps have a grid through the colors so that we'd be clear if those colors work best for the mappers. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's continue on, please.
Certainly. So we are now looking at Asian CVAP. We are zoomed in on the upper northwestern part of our regions, starting with Del Norte and going south.
Can we zoom in Siskiyou County? Because I know there is a large Hmong community or relative.
And just a quick reminder for commissioners that today we're focusing really on the coastal areas, and we'll do the same review of all the CVAP for all of our preliminary line drawing.
Sorry, I keep looking at all of it together. Sorry.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And thank you so much. Thanks to Mina.
I guess on that note, could we go back up to Humboldt?
We have a few census blocks outside of Ferndale, Humboldt Hill, and Blue Lake.
Also looked like there was something in the eastern part of that county too.
And it looks like a block in an unincorporated area. Zooming in a little bit as we get to the Bay Area.
And can you also show a Vallejo and that area as well?
Is Vallejo in American Canyon. A few blocks in Phoenicia.
Just a question on San Francisco and Daly City. Just kind of, if we can zoom in, and we don't know the different ethnicities within the Asian communities that are being shown here in San Mateo and San Francisco, correct?
We do not.
Thank you. If we can go to East Bay as well, a little zoomed in. Thanks.
Actually, Tamina, can you do me a favor and just move the map back up a little bit? Would it be possible to turn on the congressional districts? So that's CD 17 right there. Okay. So can you show that whole district for me, please? Just zoom out a little bit or whatever. Okay. Thank you so much.
Very welcome. And that concludes our zone. If anyone would like to see any particular pieces again, then I'd be happy to show them.
I don't see any hands, so let's continue on, please.
Then I will pass it back to our attorneys.
So if I can interject one more quick moment, if there's no questions out there, one of the things we could do now for you is similar to what we did a couple of days ago. We could zoom in on an assembly district that under the current maps and show you the kind of concentrations we might see in terms of CVAP. And then, and I'm unsure if Megan Gall has joined us because I can't see everybody on here. But perhaps we'll be able to talk just at a very, very preliminary level about the kind of racially polarized voting analysis that we will be able to provide. So,
David, I can let you know that Megan is on standby. If you'd like for her to join in, I can arrange for that.
She might want to join in right now if possible, might be good.
Okay.
And Jamie and Tamina, which assembly district were we looking at again? Was it 25? Okay. And again, the only reason and I think we should zoom in on that with the assembly district boundaries. The only reason we're looking at the existing assembly district boundaries is because that's where the elections were held. So the election results are relevant to those boundaries, but we're not suggesting they necessarily you need to try to match those in any way. It's just that's where the relevant elections were. So if you see here, this kind of goes up and around Santa Clara. Zoom in if I think I have this right. I think that's Fremont, Newark, that general area as well, right? And you can see the very strong concentrations of Asian populations according to CVAP in this area. I think it was, if not the highest, it was one of the highest Asian CVAP existing assembly districts. And we just wanted to show this to you so you can kind of get a lay of the land and see where the population concentrations, the concentration populations, again, I'll just say this so in case anyone missed it a couple of days ago. These are the most up-to-date citizen voting age population numbers we have based at the census block level, which is the smallest level of census geography. And we've overlaid the existing, some might say old assembly districts on top of them because that is where the relevant elections are. If Megan joins us at some point, we'll have I'll have her discuss if she's been able to get any very preliminary analysis of elections that have been run there. Does anyone have any questions about this district and the concentrations? And obviously there are concentrations outside of these areas as well. And some of these surrounding assembly districts, I should just say briefly, are among the most heavily Asian assembly districts in the using the current lines as well. So without knowing the exact total populations, I think it's fairly safe to say this is going to be an area we're going to want to pay particular attention to with regard to the Voting Rights Act, confirm what the Asian populations of these areas are relative to the surrounding populations, and then take a look at some elections likely to see if all three Jingles preconditions are met. And I'll just summarize again. The first Jingles precondition is a minority group that's large enough and geographically compact enough to form a majority in a district. So an assembly district, we're talking about roughly, probably a little bit less than 250,000. And that the minority group, in this case Asians, vote cohesively for the same candidates, and that those candidates would be defeated by the majority because they are not preferred by the majority. So racially polarized voting in the second and third Jingles precondition.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. Can we zoom out just a little bit? Because I want to see Assembly District 25 where the boundaries are, because I'm getting confused between the county lines and the, I think those are the county lines. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Tamina, could you turn on? Yeah, thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Tamina.
Is it possible in the future, the little brackets that say Assembly District 24, the pink part in the background is kind of covers up everything, so it's hard to see what's underneath it. Is it possible to make it lighter? Oh, sorry. Sorry, everyone who had their hands up.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, just wanting to ask Tamina to hop on the topography layer for a second so that particularly with us zoomed out like this. I'd like to see the lay of the land a little bit.
If I may.
Sorry, it takes so
Thanks,
long to put that on.
Yeah, and I think with the topography layer, it's fully opaque, so we can't see the layers underneath, like the CVAP. So we could turn that on and off. And also just for the future, when we're more zoomed out, we saw how long it took the map to load all the individual census blocks. I think with the terrain, there's a potential it could crash the map. So just a heads up about that for the future.
Okay, thank you.
If I can just jump in here, that was a little bit misleading too, in that, I mean, that area of green where those hills are, hardly anybody lives up there. It's a really rugged mountainous area. It showed a road going through there, but it's like a 4-hour drive to go on that road to get to San Jose. So it's not like there's anything out there.
Could we actually see the Senate districts over this, an overlay, or in this area, and then congressional?
Senate, I'll be switching to congressional.
Great, thank you. Were there also areas that you were going to show this for? This is for the Asian. Were you going to show any for the Latino and/or Black?
We didn't have any prepared for this. We have a Latino session. Sorry, my dogs are barking in the back. We have a Latino area we were going to highlight tomorrow when we get to the Central Valley.
And we did do a Black CVAP on Wednesdays, and also tomorrow in the Bay Area, we're going to do an Asian overlay as well.
Sorry, Commissioner Sinai?
Can you explain why we didn't do the other communities? I'm sorry, the CVAP for the other communities, because I thought that's how we were starting each of these sessions, was with the CVAP for the areas we had just studied.
Oh, I'm sorry. We weren't going to do a focus on those, but I believe we did show the overview for all 3 major minority groups throughout the areas that we were looking at. But we can zoom in again if you'd like to. We don't have a specific assembly district for today to zoom in on, is what I meant. But if we want to zoom back out and look at the other minority groups and zoom in on particular areas, I think we do have, Tamina, we have the capacity to do that as you like.
Did we do Latino and I just zoned out?
It was at the beginning.
Okay, sorry.
No problem. But we can go back to that if this is really for your purposes. So whatever you find useful, I think, Tamina, am I right? We can go back to Latino.
Yes, we can.
The coastal areas. Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Forshari?
Yeah, I would like to, if you could, zoom into AD, where's my note? ADs 29 and 30 in Monterey County with the Latino CVAP.
I'll remove the county lines so you can see them a little better.
Just to
29
let
is
everyone,
here.
these were Section 5 districts from last time.
County was a Section 5 county during the last redistricting.
And Assembly District 30 is here.
Can you turn the county lines on real quick, please? I'm good if you want to go somewhere else.
Could we zoom in on, say, the Bay Area? And then look at Latino and then also then the Black population.
I'll be switching to the Black Sea map now. And my apologies for all these dialog boxes you're seeing.
Could we see, could you kind of zoom in, could we see like the assembly districts on this, please?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and turn off the county lines for a minute, please. Can you go through which district is which? Because I mean, is the 17 the one that has San Francisco, and what's the one that has most of Oakland? Am I just missing the names here? Oh, 18. Okay.
Yeah.
San Francisco is divided into Assembly District 17 and Assembly District 19. And Oakland has the majority of it in Assembly District 18, with the northern end in Assembly District 15.
And can you go up to Richmond, please? Assembly District 15.
Richmond is wholly contained in Assembly District 15.
Great. Thank you.
I don't see any more questions. Do we want, actually, as a commission here, I believe we sort of did this general direction as far as the Voting Rights Act last week. And I think I'd like to just sort of essentially, I'm going to offer, let's give direction, and please, any of the commissioners who want to either clarify what I'm trying to say. Oh, I'm sorry. Ray, do you have your hand up? No. Okay. Then what I'd like to say is, as we said before, the direction is we want to follow the constitutional requirements, population, Voting Rights Act, contiguous, then communities, cities, counties of interest, communities of interest. And could we also please see what areas we would need to look at as for considering for the proper voting rights districts in these areas? So that's a, kind of an official, please show us those as we then continue to say, hey, I'd like to see our different directions as far as the communities of interest. And Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I want you to say what you said again. I didn't understand it at all.
Thank you for asking for clarity. Yes, basically, we want to follow the Constitution, which we've already said before, obviously, in the correct order. We do not want to, we're not saying pull criterion 4 above any of the other criteria and criterion. But what I'm trying to say is to go ahead and show the voting rights area districts that the consultants feel these are areas where, you've shown us the areas where they have high concentrations. Could you please then work a little more in those areas?
And if it's okay for me to interject very briefly, please. What we might want to do, I think Jamie has a community of interest presentation that overlays some communities of interest, as we did 2 days ago. That might help inform you as you're considering instructions to give the line drawers. And in particular, the instructions that I think are going to be particularly helpful are the ones that help balance the criteria 4, where there's some discretion, cities, counties, and communities of interest, where communities of interest might, you might want us to give attention to giving them precedence perhaps over political boundaries, or vice versa, where you think appropriate. Is it okay to have Jamie go to the communities of interest portion?
Yes, that's next. I just didn't know if we were going to be losing you soon. So I just wanted to say
I think I'm here for another 45 to 60 minutes.
Perfect. Continue on then.
Tamina has a summary of community of interest testimony received through the COI tool so far, and turn it over to her for that. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jamie. Good morning, commissioners. First, I would like to apologize for any confusion from the last time we visited these regions. Today, we're going to be looking at the 3 COIs which we were identified at the last meeting, and the new COIs which were submitted on the Map My CA community tool between the last meeting and September 10th. I would also like to ask your indulgence to allow me to present a few more COIs which I was not able to present during our last meeting due to technical difficulties with our files. I will put them up, and you can please let me know whether you'd like me to speed up or slow down, or any way that I can accommodate. We're going to be starting today up in the North Coast. We're going to do just as we did last time, starting up in the northwestern area of the state and working our way down the coast until we get to Ventura. This is our first COI. This COI encompasses, let me make it visible then. This COI encompasses the counties of Del Norte down to Marin. And the submitter of this COI identifies the community as a majority white area, known for being very pro-weed and having a green marine feel. However, there were similar submissions which included this basic geography and added or excluded a county, such as taking out Del Norte or adding Lake County or adding or subtracting Marin. So the interest in all of these communities include environmental concerns, climate change, and a culture of coastal living. Next, we are in Trinity County with a little bit into Humboldt and Del Norte. We are following the Klamath River here, and the person who submitted this COI notes that the community is united by this river. They're concerned with how those downstream from them are treating their river ecosystem. Moving south to Lake County. The submitter of this COI notes that they are united by a desire to keep out crime and drugs. South to Napa County. The person who submitted this COI says that their community values agriculture, tourism, environmental sustainability, and fair housing. Those are some of the larger COIs that we saw for this region. We're now going to go back up and do some ones that are a little bit smaller and zoom in on the areas. So we're going back up north to Humboldt. And this is the western Humboldt coast area. The submitter of this COI reports a shared rural lifestyle and belief in maintaining a healthy and sustainable economy. This community is also united in its concern about climate change. I'm going to go south a little bit more, coming to Sonoma. This COI has western Sonoma County. The submitter of this COI identifies shared community interests in agriculture, nature, and mindful and sustainable living. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see the cities in here. Cazadero down through Bloomfield. Also in Sonoma County to the south are two COIs which were submitted, one which is the Petaluma area and the other which is Rohnert Park. The submitters of these COIs both noted that they share transportation interests and strong family values. This COI takes all of Napa County and some of Sonoma and Solano counties. The person who submitted this COI said that the community depends on the wine industry for jobs, and the community wants to find ways to create an inclusive environment for children, families, and seniors, as well as LGBTQ Spanish-speaking community members and low-income families. Moving into West Solano County, zoom in a little so you can see the cities, Benicia and Vallejo, north to Allendale. The submitter of this COI notes that the community is united by a common respect and appreciation for nature, opportunity, and camaraderie. This COI was named the Northeast Bay, and the submitter of this COI notes that the community contains large retail shopping centers and upper-class suburbs that unite both sides of the water being the delta right along here. We're now going to go again to some smaller COIs in the area. Starting in Marin County. This COI is called Woodacre in San Geronimo Valley. The person who submitted this COI highlights that the community's shared interests are in rural living. We're going to be going south now, heading into San Francisco. And I'm going to turn on the San Francisco neighborhoods layer so that we can see where we are here. The person who submitted this COI notes a common community, family, LGBTQIA+, and transit issues. And this is specifically for the community known as Glen Park. The next COI in San Francisco that we have is Westside San Francisco. The submitter of this COI said that their community is united by recreation, public schools, religion, transportation, fire protection, and public safety. Now I'm going to zoom out a bit and just show you where we are in the Bay Area. Because of the shape of the bay, we're going to tackle this by coming down San Francisco, San Mateo, and then coming up Santa Clara, Alameda, Contra Costa. So zooming in first to San Mateo. This COI is called Brisbane. And the person who submitted it notes that they are linked by the desire to have good environment and good education. This is called the San Bruno Community Workout Group. The submitter of this COI notes that this group has met bi-weekly in San Bruno Park for the last 10 years. They are a community that takes pride in environmental consciousness and being a small town. Moving further south to southern San Mateo County. This COI is called the Willows, and the person who submitted this COI says that they're united by issues of equality, renters' rights, economy, and transportation.
That crosses the
I'm going to zoom out a little because we're moving back into a few larger COIs. The person who submitted this COI says that they are united by common interests in economy, identity, history, and schools. They note specific interest in Santa Cruz County with Pajaro River Valley. Zooming slightly out, taking the western part of Santa Cruz County and the southern part of San Mateo County. This submitter of this COI reports that Davenport, which is a city right in here, that Davenport is a small rural community that aligns more with North Santa Cruz than the wealthy urban high-tech areas around it. Heading a little bit north into northwestern Santa Clara County. This COI is called West Valley, and the person who submitted this COI says that the community values diversity and job security. Staying in Santa Clara County, I will see if I can turn on some street layers here to orient us a little bit. This COI is called Willow Glen. The submitter of this COI notes that the community is centered around property interests, the local main street, being walkable, and being family oriented.
On that one, and I guess this would go for any of them, that has that random area in the middle, do you feel that they just didn't click on it, or they purposely left that not as part of the COI? I know you can't read their minds, but from your experience.
From my experience, it could be one of two things. Either like you're right, I cannot read their minds at all. But possibly it could be the shape of a census block that is over here that might be a little bit different and incorporate that one piece. Or it might be that they either didn't select these for a specific reason.
Yeah, and just to add to that, unless the person who submits the COI says, then we're just not quite sure. Thank you for that question.
Moving on to Campbell, the person who submitted this COI says they are united by reducing the price of housing and making transportation better. And a little bit south, still in San Jose and some unincorporated areas of Santa Clara County, this area is called Almaden. And the submitter of this COI noted their shared culture and sense of community. I'm going to remove the street layer now because we're going to be zooming out a little bit. These two COIs I would like to present together. This is the first one, the Asian Majority Technology District. And the second one, which is the Asian Indian Community Technology Workforce Congressional District 17. The submitters of these COIs mention family ties in India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka, culture and immigration, as well as job security, particularly in the technology sector, transportation, and housing. And I'll turn on the congressional district layer so that you can see, and turn off the county layer so that you can see where their congressional district 17 would be in relation to the one that is currently. Moving to East Santa Clara County. This is North San Jose and the Berryessa area. The person who submitted this COI described a shared identity of being Asian American and concern with housing safety and the economy. This is the Latino area in San Jose and Alum Rock. The submitter of this COI said that this is a Latino community that lives among a growing Vietnamese community. They have joint facilities for city and county community services and have shared socioeconomic interests. Let me turn the streets back on for you there. This is San Jose, Japantown. The person who submitted this COI said that the community shares common interests in arts, community events, churches, and food. Going to turn off the streets as we zoom back out again. Just a little bit to the south, we are headed toward Morgan Hill and San Martin, still in Santa Clara County. The submitter of this COI noted the community's shared interest in agriculture and concerns for controlled building due to rapid growth in population. We'll now be moving north into Alameda County. There are two COIs here, which I would like to talk about together. They were both described as the Eden area. And the first of these COIs takes San Leandro south through Fremont, whereas the second has San Leandro, but stopping at the Hayward Union City line. The submitters of these COIs describe a large Asian family-oriented community with interests in waste management, recreation, parks, public events, the economy, and sheriff and fire protection. To the east in Alameda County, this is the greater Livermore area. The person who submitted this COI noted that they are united by nature, wine, parks, science nerds, and a housing crisis. We will now be moving west to Oakland, west and north to Oakland. These are the 4 COIs that we have in Oakland, and I'll be talking about each of them separately. This first COI takes parts of western Oakland in eastern Oakland, as well as part of San Leandro and part of Emeryville. So while this is a non-contiguous COI, they wanted to make points about these community areas here in pink. The submitter of this COI described a historically Black community fighting to not be marginalized and to create an economy with fair housing and support for Black-owned businesses. This is the North Oakland Longfellow Temescal area. The person who submitted this COI is concerned about the gentrifying neighborhood of North Oakland. The community has mixed ethnicities and levels of wealth, is impacted by freeways, moderately car dependent, and is concerned about safety from crime and traffic violence. This COI is the Rockbridge area. The submitter of this COI notes that the community is a walkable area with residential areas, a vibrant commercial corridor, access to public transit, and a greenway. And this COI is called Piedmont and the Hills. The submitter of this COI wrote that their community's politics are very left-wing, at least in relation to the rest of California. They share the cultural values of peace, love, equality, and justice, have their own unique food like putting broccoli and zucchini on pizza, and have their own slang like hella and their own culture. He's zooming out for this next COI, which calls itself the Urban East Bay. The submitter of this COI says that they are united by similar challenges of housing, transportation, and inequality. They also have similar values of diversity, equal opportunity, caring, and sustainability. Moving north now into Contra Costa, we'll be looking at these 2 COIs together. This first COI is Lafayette, Orinda, and Moraga, affectionately referred to as La Morinda. And the second COI takes La Morinda and adds in a greater La Morinda area to encompass Walnut Creek, Contra Costa Center, and surrounding areas. The submitters of these COIs report that their community is comfortable with good schools, love of nature, and quiet neighborhoods. They have diverse populations, and everyone is very welcoming. They note that the community's commitment to education, support of outdoor activities, and open space is a commonality. They believe that the importance of community inclusiveness and support for others is important, and they are united by wildfire concerns. This COI is the Greater Richmond and West Contra Costa area. The submitter of this COI notes that the community shares commonalities of diversity, public transit, and renter issues. We're going to be going east to East Contra Costa County. These are the communities of Pittsburgh, Bay Point, and a little bit of Antioch and surrounding areas. The submitter of this COI said that they are united as Black, Indigenous, and people of color who are low income and lacking resources. So now we're going to leave the Bay Area and travel a little south and start into our next region over here. Our first COI, the person submitting this COI said that they are a Latinx community that is largely an agricultural labor force whose primary objective is to gain equal access to resources in education, healthcare, jobs, and political representation. Zooming in on Marina and Seaside in Monterey County. This is the Monterey Bay Black community. The person who submitted this COI reports that the community has the highest concentration of Black people in Monterey County. We'll be zooming out of Monterey and traveling south to San Luis Obispo County and Santa Barbara County. The submitter of this COI describes the community as having small towns with one larger metropolitan area where services are close by and easy to get to. Zooming into this COI within San Luis Obispo City, within San Luis Obispo County. This is called the Arbors, and the submitter of this COI describes the community as suburban professionals with young families, retirees, nature trails, and parks for recreation and hiking. They value orderliness and quiet. Traveling north into Santa Barbara, we have two COIs on the western side. We have Vandenberg Village, and the second area is called La Purisima Highlands. The person who submitted Vandenberg Village describes the military base as the main economic driver of the area and sharing an economy with Lompoc. The submitter of the La Purisima Highlands COI says their community is united through taking pride in their homes and in their area. Heading into the very south of Santa Barbara is Isla Vista. The person who submitted this COI says that the community connects around environmental sustainability and equitable education, supporting working people and embracing the LGBTQ+ community. They also share a concern for many residents who are not students at UCSB, many of whom who are low income, undocumented, and Latinx, who endure public services which are lacking or of low quality. This next COI is named Senate District 19. The submitter of this COI describes their community as largely Latino-Latina and composed largely of farm workers. The community members also include a large number of Mixtecan peoples and other indigenous peoples who share close ties to family and how they spend their leisure time. And I will turn on the Senate District so you can see what it currently looks like. This is the outline here. Moving east into Ventura County. Zooming in a bit so you can see the cities encompassed here. The person who submitted this COI notes that these are bedroom communities, a little more traditional with a sizable Caucasian and Latino population. Most households are upper middle class, but there are blocks of more affordable housing where middle class families can afford to live. And then lastly, this is the Pierpoint Ventura Keys COI in Ventura City. The person who submitted this COI says that family-oriented beach community is close-knit, outdoor-centric, pedestrian and bike friendly, and they share concerns about increasing traffic, parking, and rising crime rates. And that concludes all the COIs that I have for this time.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Tamino. We appreciate that. I see we have about 4 minutes. The next phase would be we'd go into and ask the commissioners from the liaisons from the different zones to give their summary. And I think I might jump into that right now, calling on, Zone A, which is our north, which would be Commissioners Toledo and Taylor, if they're there.
Commissioner Anderson, yeah, I mean, we only have 4 minutes at this point, and
I'm
have them. I mean, you can't do it in 4 minutes, I imagine.
I think I can give a pretty brief overview in 4 minutes because the feedback from the North Coast was pretty consistent. So,
Okay.
so I can try.
Carry
I can
on.
certainly try. I'll try to keep it. Actually, it looks like I have a little bit less than 4 minutes now, but I can try to sum
Chair.
it up.
Sorry, don't we have 8 minutes because we came back at 11:20 rather than 11:15?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
take it away, Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. So Zone A, Commissioner Taylor and I have been working on Zone A. We have received about 52 letters and emails from this area, focused on the Del Norte, Humboldt, Trinity, Sonoma Lake, Mendocino, and Napa areas. And the majority of the feedback is asking us to keep the coastal communities, the coastal counties of Marin, all the way up to the Del Norte together. Some variations. Some would like to include Trinity, others Lake, others Napa, and some have also included rather Napa County in there as well. And then while Marin County is not part of the Zone A, we did receive significant feedback from that area as well, expressing wanting to be connected to the coastal counties of Del Norte, Humboldt, Sonoma, Mendocino, for environmental, transportation, economic, and other reasons. And we had another cluster of feedback from this area, and that was mostly focused around Napa. Majority asked for Napa to be kept together with Solano counties. Most of that feedback was from vintners and wineries. Some would include Sonoma, Lake, and Yolo in that, so there were some variations. Some wanted Sonoma and Napa, some wanted Sonoma, Napa, Lake, some wanted Sonoma, Napa, Lake, and Yolo counties. But for the most part, they wanted Napa County to remain whole and part of one of those communities. So overall, the feedback was pretty consistent. I mean, there's a little bit of, there was some, as you'll remember from another zone, from the zone that includes Shasta and Lassen and other county Siskiyous, that would include Del Norte in one of those counties, but we didn't, because that didn't come specifically from these communities, we didn't include it, and we didn't see it in the written testimony. So most of the written testimony was captured in the feedback that I'm providing at this point. With that concludes the report. It was, this is one of the smaller regions, less populated. So we did receive quite a bit of testimony that complements what we received over the phone and through our webcast.
Great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Toledo. With that, before we jump into then it'll be Commissioner Yee and Commissioner Toledo again for the Bay Area for what's called Zone C. I feel that would be a little longer than our few minutes left. Unless, did you want to start in, or should we just take a break now and then come back?
Commissioner Yee, I don't know, could you?
It's really up to you. Commissioner Toledo and I will each report. We split up our counties. So I don't know, Commissioner Toledo, do you think you're part of Zone C?
I think it's going to take a little bit more than 4 minutes to do that one. And I know each of us has a presentation on the communities. We broke out the communities to different the counties, so we're sharing half and half. So maybe we can do it after break.
Perfect. Thank you. So, Chair, I'm going to turn that back over to you.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you. Thank you all for everything so far. We'll go ahead and take a break. Why don't we make it 1:20 when we return? Welcome back, California, to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission meeting today. We are going to begin. We're coming back to listen to the communities of interest input. We've gotten some of it, at least for the Bay Area. So I'll turn it over to Commissioner Anderson to lead this part of the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, at this point, for those who are just joining us, we're going through the COI input that's come into the office from the public. And we've just already heard about the North California coast, which is called Zone A. And so I'm going to turn it over to our commissioner liaisons for the Bay Area, Commissioners Yee and Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. So I'll go first, and then Commissioner Toledo will follow. We divided up the Bay Area. So I'll start in Solano. Whoops, I mute all that. So thank you, Commissioner Anderson. I'll go first, and then we'll proceed to Commissioner Toledo. We divided up the the various counties. So starting in Solano. And by the way, it seemed that a good number of these office submissions were identical to submissions that have been called in or sent in through the COI tool. So I'm sure other commissioners found that as well, but we did not try to systematically distinguish those. So with Solano County, quite a few folks, 5 folks, wanted to have Solano and Yolo counties kept together, citing shared interests in terms of agriculture and similar communities and so forth. Although a couple of submissions wanted Solano and Napa to be paired together. So that'll be a decision to make. There's a question of where Vallejo should fall. On the map, it's in Solano County, but there's some interest in either keeping it in Solano County, which is actually the official position of the city of Vallejo, which they mailed in, or whether it should go with Napa County. And a couple of folks considered it to be connected through transportation corridors and so forth. And it was actually the vice mayor of Vallejo who had a minority opinion about that. He wanted it to pair with Napa rather than Solano. So the city of Vallejo there, that will be a matter to give particular attention to. And that was about it for Solano County, the office submissions. Moving to Contra Costa and Alameda counties. The big news here is the Tri-Valley area. So the Tri-Valley area, that is the Amador, San Ramon, and Livermore valleys. And it straddles the line right there, right across the Contra Costa Alameda County line. And so cities including Danville, San Ramon, Dublin, Pleasanton, Livermore, wanting to stay together as the Tri-Valley area. So crossing the county line and keeping those together. There were also a couple of submissions emphasizing a desire to keep the East Shore together. So that is everything from Richmond to San Leandro. So that would be everything west of the Oakland-Berkeley Hills, and noting that the East Shore is much more urbanized, much more diverse than the inland communities on the east side of the Oakland-Berkeley Hills. The Cal
Russell, you're muted.
Why do I keep doing that? A couple of submissions specifically about Danville and wanting to keep Danville whole. Apparently there are parts of Danville that are not kept whole in one or another of the current maps. There's also a portion of unincorporated Contra Costa County that somebody wanted included with Lafayette. Okay, moving to part of Santa Clara County. Commissioner Toledo will also be addressing Santa Clara County. No surprises, a lot of echoing of things we've already heard, especially in live meetings about Congressional District 17. And Congressional District 17 straddles the Alameda Santa Clara County line. You see it there with Fremont and Newark, which is the hole inside Fremont, Fremont donut. And so the majority of opinion is a desire to keep CD 17 as it is and whole. And this includes a submission by the mayor and city council of Sunnyvale, wanting to keep all that the same in Congressional District 17. But as we also heard through several live calls, there's some interest in Congressional District 18, and perhaps Commissioner Toledo will talk about that more, to perhaps move Sunnyvale into Congressional District 18 and spread.
You're muted again.
What am I touching? Won't touch anything. Keep my hands up. Some interest in Congressional District 18 in having Sunnyvale moved to Congressional District 18, perhaps Cupertino, Santa Clara. I think Commissioner Toledo will address those interest in adding to especially the Asian American population of 18. One submission addressed Congressional District 17, noting that it had, census numbers will probably show that it has grown, maybe too big, and parts of it will need to be moved elsewhere. And this submitter suggested moving Newark up to Congressional District 15 with Union City. Then finally, bizarre. Okay.
Commissioner, are you using a headphone connection?
I am, but I also have my papers on top of my laptop, and I think something might be. I'm going to take my papers off. Okay. Finally, a very detailed and well-considered submission from residents of the San Jose neighborhood of Berryessa, and that is northeastern San Jose, right there. Perfect. And this community group noted that in the 2001 redistricting, Berryessa had been split up into 2 different congressional districts, 2 different assembly districts, and somehow 4 different state senate districts. But that in 2010, they were pleased to find that their community had been entirely united on all 3 plans. And so they would like to, of course, stay united again in all 3 plans. That was Berryessa, the Berryessa neighborhood of Santa Clara. And I think they had called in as well. And that's it for my side of Zone C. I'll pass it over to Commissioner Toledo for the other side of Zone C.
Thank you, Commissioner Yee. So on my side, and I'll start with Marin County, and we touched upon this in Zone A. Most of the testimony from Marin County wanted to be connected with the North Coast counties of Sonoma, so obviously Marin, Sonoma, Mendocino, Humboldt, and Del Norte. There was some testimony to connect Marin with Sonoma and some with Sonoma Napa, rather than and that really just focused on those three communities, or just Marin and Sonoma. And we went into that a little bit more in Zone A. In terms of San Francisco, the significant testimony from the Asian American community, and specifically from the Asian Law Caucus and others, about Chinatown and the need to keep Chinatown together, as well as other Asian American communities, and that was echoed in the testimony that we heard in our public sessions, as well as testimony from the Bayview, from South of Market, and from like Castro, but less so, from various communities. And so also to keep those communities together, and those neighborhoods together for economic, business, or cultural reasons. Moving down to San Mateo, we received significant testimony from San Mateo County. Some of it was identical or very similar from various stakeholders, basically expressing a desire to keep the more urban areas, or to separate the more urban areas from the coastal areas. So the urban areas would be Redwood City, Menlo Park, Palo Alto, and Mountain View, and to separate them from the more coastal communities due to differences in terms of transportation, broadband, access, telecommunications. The issues are different. Environmental issues, the economics are different as the statements in those in that testimony. And it echoed some of the testimony we also heard through the public input process through our sessions, our hearing, our community of interest testimonies. And then in terms of Santa Clara County, and I focus more on the western aspect of it, there was a very significant testimony from the Asian American community, significant advocacy group coordination to keep Asian American communities together. And some would like to include portions of Fremont and Milpitas in the East Bay to the Asian American communities in the Santa Clara, Western Santa Clara portion. And potentially also there was testimony to separate out some of the Latino community to give them an opportunity also to elect a person of their voice and connect them with contiguous communities to the south of the region. So that covers the testimony that we saw from the region. And some of the trends, it's really just the high level trends of the input coming in from the communities.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Commissioners in Toledo. Now we will go to the liaisons for what we called Zone E, which would be actually Chair for Nishari and Commissioner Kennedy.
Okay, so we'll start in the north end of the zone. Yeah, that's okay. That's good. Yeah, that's very good. Let's see. We did not receive any pieces of input from into the office from Santa Cruz County. We have received other input from Santa Cruz County, but none through the office. So next we'll go to Monterey County, and just stop there. That would be good. And we got two pieces of input. One was that the tool didn't work, but the other one was from cause, and we've heard a great deal from cause. Throughout this region, they sent in a very nice a document they put together to summarize a lot of the challenges facing the Latino community throughout this zone. And so in this particular area, cause wanted to see us keep Salinas, Gonzales, Soledad, Greenfield, King City, and Watsonville together. So that's the Salinas Valley, and then Watsonville is in the very south part of Santa Cruz County. So yeah, if you go north, back up north, you can see Watsonville there, and that kind of yeah, there you go. It's just, and then that'd be great. Just stop right there. So then San Benito, we got one piece of a letter from the supervisors of San Benito County. And actually, if you can kind of zoom out just a little bit, but not too much, stop there. Perfect. So San Benito is a small county. It's 60,000 people. The main city is Hollister, right there in pink. The supervisors want to keep San Benito County with Gilroy, which is the blue city to the north. It's also a agricultural area, with Watsonville, which is again in Santa Cruz County, the pink city there, and the Pajaro Valley, which runs between San Benito and the coast there, and the Salinas Valley, which are all agricultural areas and have a lot in common. They have a tri-county alliance between Santa Cruz County, San Benito, and Monterey County, and they do not want to be in a district with the Central Valley. So then, so that's it for those three counties. So if we can head south to San Luis Obispo County, and again, it's a lot of here. It's a lot of the same themes that we had heard from our oral testimony. So one in particular is that I want to point out is the north coast of San Luis Obispo County wants to be kept together. Los Osos, Caicos, I'm not sure I'm going to say that correctly. Morro Bay, Cambria, Harmony, San Simeon all together. They want to retain Senate District 17 and AD Assembly District 35. Another one from a piece of input from someone in San Luis Obispo. For the Assembly, they want San Luis Obispo County and Monterey Coast. For the Senate, San Luis Obispo County and Monterey County. And then for Congress, San Luis Obispo County and either Monterey or Santa Barbara County. Then we heard from the Central Coast Coalition of Chambers. They want to keep Buellton, Lompoc, Solvang, Santa Maria, Grover Beach, Arroyo Grande, Pismo Beach, San Luis Obispo, Morro Bay, Atascadero, and Paso Robles. And so that's really southern San Luis Obispo County with much of northern Santa Barbara County, sort of wine area in Santa Barbara County. And the Board of Supervisors letter basically said they wanted to keep San Luis Obispo County whole. So if we move down to Santa Barbara County, and again, keeping with the theme of what we've heard, basically we had 12 pieces of input, and nearly all of them said keep the Santa Maria Valley, Santa Maria, Guadalupe, and Lompoc Valley together. And so we've heard that a lot, and that also came from cause as well as a number of individuals. And then finally, someone from Orcutt said they wanted to keep Orcutt, Santa Maria, and Nipomo, which is slightly north of here, I believe. And then they said the 5 cities area, which is a little bit north too, I think, Pismo Beach. And then, yeah, I guess that's the 5 cities area. It was from the COI tool, so we have a map. And then Kayama and New Kayama, which I think are a little bit south and to the east of here. I think they're north of where you're at, but they're small little towns. Oh, there they are, way out there. Yeah. And then so they want to keep all those together, but then they said they wanted to be in the same Senate district as Oxnard, which is down in in Ventura County. And then they also said they didn't want to be part of San Luis Obispo County. So a little bit of a conflict there. But that's a kind of a summary of the 12 we got from Santa Barbara County. And so now let's zoom down into Ventura County. So basically the same 2 themes that we heard, or 3 themes, if you will. The Conejo Valley, which is Westlake, Moore Park, Oak Park, and Thousand Oaks together. And then the other big piece of the other theme we heard was Oxnard, Port Hueneme, El Rio, with the Santa Clara River Valley, which is Santa Paula, Fillmore, and Peru. And then, of course, the other theme is Simi Valley, Moore Park, and what do we do with them? It's kind of uniform, keep Simi Valley whole, because Simi Valley is split right now. So what I did is I tried to sort of summarize all the input we've heard regarding Simi Valley and Moore Park. And so basically what we've heard, I'll just sort of summarize it in 6 categories. We got 1 vote for keeping Simi Valley in CD 25, 19 votes for putting Simi Valley with Moore Park and all of that in CD 25. But as near as I can tell, all that input came from Simi Valley. Then we have 4 folks who said we want to keep Simi Valley with Ventura County. 6 folks who said we want to keep Simi Valley with Moore Park in Ventura County. Then 8 votes that said keep Simi Valley with Moore Park and didn't say where. And then finally 5 said, 5 new ones that came in via email, I think. There is no shared interest between Simi Valley and the rest of CD 25. And so, I'm sorry, not votes, input, my input. Good point. So anyway, just to kind of summarize, the number of input was about 20 to keep Simi Valley, Moore Park in CD 25, and a little more than 20, if we can infer that they wanted to keep it in Ventura County, but 10 were explicitly Simi Valley, Moore Park in Ventura County, and another 13 to keep Simi Valley with Moore Park. No, that's not right. 15 to keep Simi Valley and or Moore Park in Ventura, and 8 just to keep the 2 together. So I'm sure that was confusing, but I tried to help. And then one last thing, if you go back to Monterey County. So Monterey, as I mentioned before, was a Section 5 county in the past. So, and again, I'll just go over this briefly. If you show the assembly districts. So 80, 29, and 30 are Section 5 districts. And the Senate districts, 12 and 17. And then congressional district, 20. Well, the numbers aren't there, but it's okay. And I know we're not, Section 5 has been thrown out, but I just wanted you all to know which districts were Section 5 in case we want to give guidance to the team to look at those in the context of Section 2. So that's it.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner Fornieri. And at this point, speaking of giving direction, it is time now to move into the phase of let's give direction to the line drawers. And with knowing that, the idea is looking at the Voting Rights Act as criterion 2, I thought we would start kind of with that and specifically going into the Bay Area where it seems to have more issues that we might just sort of jump into with some of the VRA, the CVAP information. First, I see a question from Commissioner Sinai and then also Jamie.
Thanks. And David just said he only has 15 minutes left. But I guess my question is a broad question of when you're asking us to give visualizations or what ifs, do we need to be clear if we're giving a visualization for a congressional district, a state assembly district, a Senate district? Does it matter how big or how small? I was having a hard time wrapping my head around what I should be looking for because of that.
Thank you so.
Yeah, go ahead, Jamie. You go first.
Thank you so much for that question, Commissioner Sinai. Because we don't have the total population information just yet, of course, we won't be able to say, oh, that's about the size of an assembly district, those cities together. So if you just give general direction on what you would like to see in certain areas, then we can mock that up, make visualizations out of that and say, okay, so this is about this size, or this is what the congressional district here could look like. This is what the Senate district here could look like. And we'll be able to do that for the different levels of districts.
And I'll just add, just to remember, this is the very first of several steps in iteration that are going to happen. So don't feel too much pressure to get it right. We can't tell you definitively the Voting Rights Act is implicated in particular areas yet because we don't even have the first jingles precondition because we don't have the total population yet. So we're gonna get to that point. That's not going to be today, but you'll be able to see areas. For instance, one of the things we saw today was the area in the southwestern Alameda, northwest Santa Clara, southeastern San Mateo County area where there do appear to be significant concentrations of Asian voters, for instance. So those are areas that will be obviously areas we'll want to take a look at more closely, and you can give us directions along those lines.
Great, thank you. Jamie, do you want to have more? I have Commissioner Kennedy also has let's put Commissioner Kennedy.
Thanks. Yeah, thinking about this, and we've talked before about the art and the science of this, it occurs to me that right now we're trying to paint an impressionist painting, and we'll eventually get to the photorealist, very sharply defined version. But if we can get an impressionist work up on the wall, we will have succeeded in what we've set out to do at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. I really like that analogy. It's very accurate. Commissioner Sinai.
Sorry. Commissioner Kennedy, you just put into words what I was trying to say yesterday, or the day before. So thank you. So I had a question kind of with VRA regarding like other identities that aren't race and ethnicity, but maybe feel marginalized, be it the LGBTQ communities or Muslim communities and whatnot. Do we take that into account at all? We don't take it into account for VRA, but we look at it in other ways. And if we did want to look at where are the Muslim communities, we know that Equity California is creating kind of a heat map for LGBTQs. But if we wanted to look at other communities, where do we find that data?
I'll just say briefly, I think it's unlikely that that communities along those lines will reach Section 2 numbers. However, entirely appropriate to consider them in the communities of interest to the degree that we haven't received public input on them, but you might want to seek them out. I don't know what data is going to be available, so I'll leave that to Jamie. Might have some thoughts on that.
Yeah, I would say that for these purposes, community of interest testimony would be absolutely
Sorry, Jamie, we can't quite hear you.
Thank you for letting me know that. I was just saying, I think that for your purposes, looking to community of interest testimony would be absolutely a really fantastic data source for that type of information.
And Director Kaplan.
I just wanted to add that the state census office had done some mapping based on LEP language for the MENA community, as well as working with Professor Tom Wam in San Diego using ancestry data. So there may be other data sets if you want to see more of the MENA population in California. I'm happy to make introductions if that's helpful.
Tom Wong is going to be presenting to us, hopefully. So,
great.
I'm sorry to jump in here, Jane. Did you have a question, Jamie?
I don't. Yes,
oh.
I have my hand up. Thank you for letting me know. And I didn't have a question. I did want to, before we move into the preliminary line drawing directions from you, I just would like to be able to sort of recap the general direction that we received on Wednesday, to let you know that, just to remind all of us here and members of the public, and to let you know that we can and will follow this general direction we've already received unless we hear otherwise from you today. If it's okay, I'm happy to review that general direction now. Excellent.
Yes, please do.
Sure. Thank you so much. So this general direction was based on citizen voting age population data to be cognizant of areas that may meet the first Jingles precondition, to work with your Voting Rights Act attorneys throughout the visualization process on areas where there may be potential Voting Rights Act considerations, to follow community of interest and other public input in the absence of specific direction about certain areas. Earlier today, we heard not to split reservations and rancherias and other tribal areas while creating visualizations. We also heard that in general and when needed, it is better to split counties as opposed to cities. And a question that we have for you about that is, should we treat census designated places or CDPs the same as cities? Just a quick reminder, census designated places are statistical areas. They're areas by which the census gathers information and reports that information back. It's sort of the counterpart of an incorporated place or a city. Often CDPs are not self-governing, so they wouldn't necessarily have a city council, but they would be governed by the board of supervisors, for example, in their county. Right. And again, they're sort of settled concentrations of populations that are in unincorporated areas. And we would like to know if we should treat CDPs the same as cities in the visualization process.
I might jump in and say, I believe that's, oh, we have Commissioner Fernandez.
My answer would be yes. Sometimes, I mean, just a personal feeling from a small town, it's devastating if you split a small town. And I know it's devastating if you split a big city, but I just got to say it really, really hurts. So please, yeah, my vote would be to treat it as a city. Thank you. And thank you for bringing that up for clarification.
Commissioner Kutagawa.
I was actually gonna say the opposite, I guess, because I know that there are cities that are unincorporated, but since they're governed also by a larger governing body, unless the city has its own separate governing body, it just seems like it may make it a little less complicated if we also have to get down to that level. So, but I'm not completely opposed to a different perspective. I think just my initial thought is that it'll be more limiting if we also include them too.
Commissioner Kennedy.
Being a resident of a census designated place, I would say that my preference would be not to split them, but those are things that are obviously subject to further discussion once we see a visualization. Thank you.
Commissioner Sinai.
I tend to agree with Commissioner Kennedy, or I am agreeing with Commissioner Kennedy. And I know for the county, San Diego County, the Board of Supervisors, each Board of Supervisors has to represent some unincorporated areas because there's so many unincorporated areas in San Diego. And many areas are unincorporated because they don't trust government. And what keeps them kind of united is that they don't trust government. So splitting them up just gives them another reason to not trust government. So it's kind of, I think that's why whenever I was chairing, I would ask about the unincorporated areas and if people were including them or not. And I think at some point, I would like to talk about how we can maybe use survey tools when we have questions, if we can just post surveys on social media and get quick input from folks or something when we're in doubt. But I really do feel I agree with Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Yee.
Yes, I definitely support keeping CDPs together. Some of them really are quite large. The largest in the state, I believe, is Castro Valley, which everyone around here thinks is a city, but it's an unincorporated part of Alameda County. A question for Jamie. A CDP has to have a certain population for the Census Bureau so even a zero population area could be a CDP. In those cases, I mean, would we want the flexibility to?
Sorry, to clarify, a zero population area would not be a CDP because it does need to be a settled area. However, there's no population maximum or there's not a minimum threshold either, like 500 people or anything like that. So it does need to be a settled area, but there's no requirement in terms of population.
Right. So definitely would not want to split any settled area. So I guess that answers the question.
Commissioner Turner.
Oh, I didn't realize this, so I had my hand up, but I'll ask. I wonder, do we know, someone said many, do we know how many census designated places there are? In particular, when you talked about Castro Valley being as large as it is, being a CDP, I just had a little bit more curiosity about them because I was actually thinking initially, yes, since they did not have a necessary governing body and what have you, we should not consider them the same. So I'm just interested in more conversation about it.
I do not have a figure in terms of the number of CDPs currently in California, and I'm just doing a quick internet search, and we'll let you know as soon as I find the answer.
Too.
1,043, according to our friends at Google.
Perfect.
Thank you. Actually, how does that compare to number of cities?
There are 1,523 census places, 480 incorporated places, and the number that Karen just mentioned for census designated places.
Thank you. Commissioner Toledo.
I'm supportive of keeping the CDPs intact where practicable. There might be some areas where it may not be, but for visualization purposes, it makes sense to see where these are and keeping them together. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Toledo. Commissioner Kennedy.
Just to say that because we don't have a city council doesn't mean that we don't have something that you might consider a proto-city council. I mean, Morongo Valley, we have a community services district. So we have an elected 5-person board for our community services district that takes care of our fire department. We have our own fire department. They take care of our local park and they take care of some of our streetlights. So it does carry out some of the functions of the city government, even though we're not incorporated.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennedy. And I like that we have the voices of people from these areas, so we can actually get a bit of, actually really good information on them, as opposed to just, making decisions for other people. So thank you very much, all the commissioners, for your input.
Mm-hmm.
With that, I think we're going to turn it over to the mappers, and just going to start with our CVAP information, possibly.
If I recall, Commissioner Anderson, you wanted to start in the Bay Area. Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner, which CVAP would you like to see first?
Tamina, that was a little bit quiet, but Commissioner Anderson, you had mentioned CVAP, and Tamina's question was which CVAP data would you like to see on the map first?
Well, I don't know if any other commissioners have an idea here, but I would say let's go with the Asian and jump right into what visualizations we want to see around that, the existing CD 17.
Thank you.
Commissioner Yee.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. So yeah, I'd like to see CD 17 with and without the cities of Sunnyvale, Cupertino, and Santa Clara. Well, I guess I would like to see cities 17 and 18 with those 3 cities flipping each way.
Are you done with that? Would you others? Okay. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you. I am interested in seeing what happens if we do in fact divide the urban area of the peninsula from the coastal area of the peninsula. So I guess the coastal area would be joined with Santa Cruz, and the urban area would become part of what we're looking at with current congressional district 18. So just looking at keeping the urban areas together and then taking the coastal area and putting that together with San Mateo or down into Santa Cruz.
I've just been reminded, can you say now, we're sort of talking about the whys and then say, now, I'd like the direction I'm going to give is, please see, if you could just phrase that a little differently, I might ask both of you.
Okay, well, I mean, I see the urban interests as being very different from the coastal interests. And so I'm looking to, I would like to see a coastal district that is separate from the urban district. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Yee, or I think, was that probably specific enough, or did you want to?
Do you mean my earlier request?
Yes, your earlier.
I believe so, as long as Jamie feels that she got enough.
To repeat it back, the direction was to look at those three cities, Cupertino, Sunnyvale, and could you please repeat the last one and sort of visualization of that, those cities in District 17 and in District 18, Congressional District 17 and 18.
That's right, the third city, Santa Clara.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sinai.
I just wanted to add that visualization from Commissioner Yee, and I don't know if this is appropriate, I mean, if we can do this now or not, but this was one of the kind of the VRA areas to see if we were packing or, you know, cracking, compact, or whatever, packing or cracking. And if it could, in the visualization, what's important here is understanding the Asian vote.
Did you have specific direction there? Or?
Well, I guess the specific direction would be just an add-on to what Commissioner Yee said, but I'm not sure. I guess what I'm asking is, can we ask right now to let us know that detail of information, or do we not have that information to be able to say, can we create, what if we created two districts in 17 and 18 that were minority majority Asian voting, or whatever I'm still learning the right terminology.
Great. Yes, I think we've got that. You know, can you take that area and make the appropriate districts out of that, or is it one district, two districts based on the Voting Rights Act rules? Commissioner Fernandez.
Yes, not direction, just clarification. As we've heard during the public input, individuals and organizations like to identify certain district numbers. And just to clarify to the public, those are not our district numbers, those are the current district numbers, which will change once we redraw the map. So I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page, and it's not going to be, Congressional District 17 is going to be the same one next time. So anyway, just wanted to voice that.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I guess one is a clarification question, and second is, I guess maybe a potential visualization. This question is for the visualization that Commissioner Kennedy suggested. He mentioned the coastal communities on that up to San Mateo. Does that include also the urban areas of San Mateo, which does have and going up into the county above it? I think that's San Francisco County, and that's probably like San Bruno, Daly City, that area, South San Francisco. Yeah. Are you including them in that coastal district? Because you mentioned all of San Mateo County. So just a clarification question for Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you. If I may, I would well, I mean, some of this is going to come from the mappers as far as the visualization. I'm just saying, once you get down to San Bruno and Pacifica, and you have hills starting to divide things, then I'm looking for the coast to be separated from the urban core along the San Francisco Bay. Exactly where that happens, whether it's in Pacifica or Daly City, I'll leave that to the mappers. But my concern is, the communities that consider themselves more ocean facing are in one district, and the communities that consider themselves part of that urban core along the southwestern shores of San Francisco Bay would be in another.
Thank you. Yeah. So with that said, I'd like to request, can you, I guess, go not zoom in, but zoom out so that we're looking at a bigger part of the region? Maybe that's a little too far. Okay, so can you go a little bit further in? And could you show that Asian CVP also? So I guess taking into account what Commissioner Fernandez said about not looking at existing or current districts right now, and I guess since we've been talking about the congressional district, without knowing what the population numbers are, and I think this is along the lines of the question that Commissioner Sinai asked, if we were to take, for example, South San Francisco up to perhaps maybe down through Redwood City, maybe going down past Belmont or around Belmont, would that start to, and that's just a very urban core of that peninsula area, and perhaps to what Commissioner Kennedy had asked, maybe starting the coastal portion of the visualization that he asked for at Pacifica, would that become a kind of a packing of the Asian vote if we were to keep that urban core as one potential visualization for a congressional district, and then starting from about, let's say, Belmont or San Carlos, moving down through another portion of that peninsula area?
I can try and answer that.
Go ahead.
Because we don't have the total population data right now, it's a bit early to go ahead and speculate on that, but I'm sure over the next couple of weeks we'll have a better handle on it. You're asking the right questions.
Okay, I mean, because I don't want to ask for something that if it's already, we know off the get-go that likely it's going to be, perhaps a difficult visualization. The other alternative, and Commissioner Sinai just sent me a message suggesting this, but how about I would actually suggest from about Daly City, San Bruno, all the way up into San Francisco. That may be also, is that too many people?
Sorry, yeah. San Francisco, the population of San Francisco is generally around 750,000. And
right now we're just doing visualization, so let's not tell people it's a bad idea.
Okay.
But if you already know, I'm just thinking about also the populations that, at least in terms of my understanding of the Asian populations, they would probably have, if it were, let's say, South San Francisco down to like Millbrae, Burlingame, my understanding of those communities is that they probably have some common interest. And then as you get down past Burlingame and further south, then they tend to have more common interest. But I'm not sure what the numbers are. So I don't know if I'm self censoring myself by saying, you know, maybe that's not the right visualization, maybe too many people too. So that's the hard part, I think.
So I'm just going to sort of formulate this a little for you and correct me if I'm wrong. You'd like to see a visualization of gathering the Asian population in, say, starting mid San Francisco on down, and then maybe San Francisco on down.
I would probably say South San Francisco, Commissioner Anderson, maybe, or what, I don't know where the right line would be in terms of population numbers, but I think at least South San Francisco through, if Burlingame is a good cutoff point where there would be a roughly appropriate number of people, that would be fine. If we need to go down past Burlingame and into San Mateo, and a little bit further south to pick up the numbers, that's fine too. I'm just interested in seeing what that would be, and then how that may also reverberate into the remainder part of that Southern Peninsula area.
Thank you for this direction, Commissioner Akutagawa, and we'll work throughout.
Sorry, Jamie, we can't quite hear you again.
It's funny, I haven't changed anything. But I was saying thank you, Commissioner Akutagawa, for your that direction, and throughout the visualization process, we'll be working with the VRA attorneys to figure this out, make some visualizations for you, and we'll be able to let you know how everything sorts out in terms of population and with the citizen voting age population as well. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Forgiari.
Yeah, a couple things. You know, in thinking about LA, thinking about San Francisco, thinking about the feedback, a lot of the feedback we got in LA, at least for visualizations, can we try not to split neighborhoods too? Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the second thing is, if we could just kind of go over to the East Bay, Alameda, Contra Costa County. So, you know, I think Commissioner Kennedy brought up one of the visualizations I wanted to see. You know, it seems like geography is an important factor here, and geography separates different types of communities. And so right now, a congressional district goes from the East Bay over to eastern Alameda County, which is, you know, so you're crossing the hills there, and you get two very different areas together. So I'd like to just ask if as you're visualizing the Bay Area, if you could honor that the East Bay Hills is sort of a cutoff point to see what that would look like if you did not cross those hills. How, I mean, is that a possibility? I mean, we got a lot of feedback on that point too.
Thank you, Commissioner Forgiari. Commissioner Sinai.
I wanted to go back to where we were earlier with Daly City, Colma, and go up a little bit up into San Francisco. I worked in Daly City for a long time. Okay, not that long. But it seems that, I mean, another visualization, if possible, would be to look at the Asian kind of CVAC for Daly City, South San Francisco, and then it's interesting that kind of, okay, never mind. It wasn't working the way I was thinking. Never mind, sorry.
Thank you. Anyway, you know what I would like to see actually is in the Santa Clara, you know, the north part of San Jose, back to the we've been calling, well, they've been calling the existing CD 17. If we could kind of go a little bit further out. Perfect. I would actually like to see not take those lines off, please. The congressional lines. I would actually like to see what does the area look like having added to what Commissioner Kennedy was saying about the coast coming the coast starting at Pacifica, coming down, possibly including Woodside, the Portola Valley. I don't know if Atherton possibly in there, down to parts of even the parts of Santa Cruz as a district, and then looking at the how many in that area of Cupertino, Sunnyvale, the eastern parts of the San Jose, up into the Fremont, Newark, considering the both population and then the CVAP populations in that area for looking at those different combinations of look at the south part together, looking at the, say, from the east foothills, Alum Rock north, are what kind of combinations of voting rights districts could be created in that area, ignoring the previous either congressional or assembly or district lines. I'd like to kind of see a few visualizations in that area of different possibilities, because we can see what looks like population groups. We have no idea how many, like what Commissioner Sinai said, packing, cracking. I don't know. You say, a lot of people say, I want to be all together, but basically that creates a packing area. And so we don't want that, but we'd like to see people coming together, divided up as necessary, but in those areas. I'd like to see a few, like however many visualizations we need in that area to give us some choices.
Thank you so much for that. So yes, and again, we'll be cognizant of areas that may meet the first jingles precondition when we're creating visualizations, and we'll work really closely with your VRA attorneys throughout the visualization process to understand where there might be potential Voting Rights Act considerations.
Thank you. Commissioner Sinai.
Can we go to the Fremont, Union City, Newark area? And can we put, can we go in this area? Can we look at also the Black CVAP? Okay. All right. So I think, and can we look at the Latino? Just really quickly. Okay. I had just written VRA, and that's why I wasn't sure what I meant by what community, and maybe that's what we just need to say. But could we see a visualization? What if we visualized Fremont, Union, and Newark together, and how that worked? Yeah, just a visualization of those three together. Thank you.
Commissioner Kutkawa?
I think, well, now I have two clarification questions. So Commissioner Anderson, what you were, I'm in agreement with what you are requesting. So is the possibility then in terms of the visualizations that you were requesting, would that be based on the possibility of seeing potentially 2, maybe 3 different Asian districts based on those visualization options that you're requesting, not taking into account the current lines right now, but is that what I'm understanding from what you might want to see for that particular area, that South Bay area?
Yes, actually, I'm thinking, what if it's all in Santa Clara County? What if it's in, parts of Santa Clara, parts up into Alameda County, a couple of different variations of that.
Yeah, because of just the way the Asian community itself is spread out. And then I guess then that gets to Commissioner Sinai, I'd like to ask you a clarification question too, and perhaps ask if there might be a possibility of either another visualization based on what you were just saying, going back to that same East Bay area of Fremont, Union City, Hayward, Newark.
I didn't include Hayward on purpose because we had gotten a lot of input asking just for Fremont, Union, and Newark.
Oh, okay. Okay, I guess, okay. I guess
you can ask for a second one.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kind of also thinking about all the input that we got from the Asian community as well too. And I don't know, again, these are the, thinking about how can we also ensure that there's going to be, representation in which, communities are going to feel like they have truly people who are going to understand their representation. And it seems to me that while we didn't get a lot of calls from Hayward, based on what I also saw when we quickly saw the Black CVAP as well too, I'm wondering if there's some value in seeing a visualization that includes Hayward, Union City, perhaps that, I don't know, I guess it's the western portion of Fremont, so it would be looking at breaking up Fremont and Newark.
Thank you, Commissioner Kozawa. I'd like to sort of move a little bit north now since we've been kind of looking at the Asian, I'm sorry, just still in the Bay Area, just for the north in the Bay Area. And so we're looking at the Asian, could we also have a look, put that one on, and then I'd like to go to the Black and then the Latino, similar to how the way Commissioner Sinai did for a particular area. If we could kind of, great. And then if you could go kind of quickly sort of through the three different CVAPs. Great. I'd like to look at the Oakland and essentially out the northwest part of Alameda County. And we've kind of talked about looking at for the CVAP part of, well, clearly there's an area of the Oakland, which includes, Oakland, Chinatown. Actually, I don't know if it's population or census district, which is looking at the part of that isn't the airport down in Alameda, that whole area. Is that potentially a district for Asian? And then I'd like to see the Black CVAP, please, and have a look at that, the entire area. Great, thank you. In the visualization here, I'd like to see, but can we go just a little bit further south? Just move the map. Yeah, so that's in essentially that parts of Hayward north into Oakland. for, I'd like to see different combinations of, as Mr. Fornshari said, along the ridge line. Say if you go parts of Hayward through San Leandro, Oakland, not sure where you'd kind of end up stopping, or go north from Oakland all the way up into Richmond, through essentially probably San Pablo, up through those areas. I don't know, obviously we'll be looking at the minority districts in these areas. I just don't know in terms of what we could put that together. Those have a lot, though we've been hearing about, those areas have a lot in common. It's also, I don't know if anyone has driven in through this area, the 80 corridor is a huge connection there. So I kind of like to see a couple of different visualizations across that area. I have Commissioner Turner.
Thank you. Certainly not a visualization, just a discussion point, either for Jamie or the other commissioners, if you know. Once we have, looking at the CVAP, particularly for, well, it doesn't matter for any of the populations, but we had up just a minute ago, the Black and Latino, the shadings, the 80 to 100%, the darkest ones, and maybe even the 50 to 80. I'm wondering if we were looking at this with only the 0 up through perhaps the 50%, if we were only looking at that shading on the map, would it not indicate a different, maybe drive a different thought of how we were driving these? Because for some of the ones that are up to 100%, they probably can, be able to vote the way that they want to. But when we have areas that are the lighter shadings, maybe that's where we need to consider where we're drawing lines to ensure that we're not packing, or to ensure that we're not cracking. I just keep trying to look at the shadings. And I know earlier, I think Jamie responded that, we can ask for anything different, but looking at the entire VRA with all of the percentages, in my mind, it feels like it would have different results if we were only looking at those that were 50 and less.
I can jump in here. I think that it's a good question. I think that being able to tell at this point the higher concentration areas is helping to identify those where we might need to do further research. But of course, you're right. The percentages are not actually corresponding to like specific precincts or even neighborhoods, because we don't have the total population as the denominator in yet. So I think that I think your instinct is right on. We're kind of just not totally there yet. I'm not sure if that helps explain a bit more.
Mm-hmm. It does. Thank you. And actually, it's just what I was holding in my mind. I just wanted to say it out loud. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Turner. Commissioner Sinai.
That was a great question, Commissioner Turner, and it sparked another one kind of for me that yesterday we talked about, or the day before, we talked about how the Justice Department had recommendations on how to look at mixed race communities, and how they can, if it's an Afro-Asian, they could be counted in both Afro and an Asian. Is that the same for CVAC or not? So are we having a different experience here than we may be having if we were looking at the census data?
Answer that really quickly. The CVAP is tabulated also following the Department of Justice guidelines.
Thank you. Okay, so I've got one. We did receive a community of interest that said that there was a Muslim community in Richmond, East and West Oakland, Fremont, San Jose, and Santa Clara, which sounds very big. What do we do with something that's that big? And we may need additional information. Jamie, is this one of those areas where we just have to wait till we get more communities of interest to really define it for us?
Sorry, could you please repeat your question?
Yeah, so my question is, we did receive a community of interest submission around the Muslim community saying that they had mosques and could be found in Richmond, East and West Oakland, Fremont, San Jose, and Santa Clara. Unlike ethnic communities where we can look at the CVAP, we can't necessarily see exactly where these communities are located. So is this one of those times where we need to ask the community, please submit more?
Should you direct us to, we can certainly create a visualization based on the areas that you just named off and received community input about. And if you feel that you need more, then that might be, yes, a great opportunity to ask for more input from community members directly.
Okay, let's just wait on that one then. What I would like to do is go kind of over to the Oakland area because we received different communities of interest in that area. And I don't think we've asked for visualizations in this area. I believe Commissioner Fornashari and Commissioner Anderson were talking more up in the hills and the other way, correct? So for the visualization, Oakland, Berkeley, Albany, El Cerrito, and Richmond is one of the requests. But sometimes it's just Oakland, Emeryville, and Berkeley. So if we could have a couple of visualizations or several, I don't know what the number is, in this area, also looking at the CVAP data for both African Americans and Latinos in this area. Was that done correctly this time, Jamie?
I think so. I'm going to try and repeat back what I heard is creating visualizations with El Cerrito, Albany, Berkeley, parts of Oakland, and just creating different visualizations based on input that has been received so far, and looking at sort of different ways that community members have let you know, like these cities belong together, and just making visualizations based on that while keeping in mind CVAP data that's associated with these areas.
Exactly. And if all the way up to Richmond, because some have gone all the way up to Richmond. Thank you.
Actually, it was almost exactly what I was talking about before. So thanks for trying to clarify that. And obviously it didn't come across that well. But I was saying it's the same, but continue on up to a little bit further up than Richmond. But Commissioner Turner, please.
Thank you. I'll lower my hand now.
Well, I'm pleased I didn't miss it in the trees like I have been, so I apologize for that earlier. One thing I'd like to see just before we kind of move on to a different area is Commissioner Fornashari was talking about the looking a little bit further south in still in the Alameda County, and the areas I'd like to see. He was talking about following the ridge line, keeping it in the bay and then out of the bay. But a lot of these areas are actually very more rural, like Sunol, Fremont, parts of Pleasanton. I'd like to see, and there's a lot of Asian through that area too. I'd kind of like to see, when we're different scenarios, I would also like to see when it's going across from, Hayward, Union City, through that, the Niles Canyon, which is part of Fremont, into the Sunol area and out, because that's actually, I know in terms of fire zones, when those are large areas that the whole area lights up, starting from Sunol east. So I'd like to see a few more of those. And we haven't actually talked further east, but I know that as we've been kidding Commissioner Fornashari, who's from Tracy, a lot of people have been saying, put Tracy in the Bay Area and out of San Joaquin. I think we'd also need to have a little bit of comment about that area from the east of Alameda. I'd like to see a couple of different visualizations that way, again, following what community input has given us. And other commissioners? You want to move a little bit further north in just across the Contra Costa, Commissioner? Actually, still I have things in still Contra Costa. Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah. So just for clarification, Commissioner Anderson. So I guess I'm just trying to clarify. Are you directing the line drawers to create a visualization that would put Tracy in with, let's say, for example, like Livermore and Pleasanton? Is that where you want to go? Because I do agree with you. I am curious. It's been interesting to hear how, like in Southern California, there are what we would consider like, extensions now of the larger, greater Southern California area because of the commutes, but not everybody feels the same way, that they're connected to the larger body, so, but at the same time, I am curious as you are, but I'm trying to figure out like what cities are you trying to include in this visualization? Because I don't know if it's in alignment with what I was thinking.
Well, I just was a bit general there, and that Tracy, because I feel when on tomorrow when we get into the Central Valley, it will come up much more. So I didn't go elaborate much further. I guess if I said Tracy, it would also be Mountain House. And actually, could you put the 580 on there? And then it'd be rather obvious. Yeah. So though that that's area so just for one. So Commissioner Kutagawa, did you want to add more?
Yeah, I guess for me, when I think about, in this kind of relationship, I think about Tracy and Livermore together. I just didn't know whether or not you wanted to go down as far as like Sunol, or, include up to like Dublin, or even go up as high as like San Ramon and that area. And others may have a different idea.
Yeah, I was just thinking Sunol, the southern part of Alameda County, maybe Pleasanton, but Pleasanton, Dublin, Livermore, they're more they consider themselves the Tri-Valley, but so kind of in that area, like a couple of different options. I believe the Tri-Valley would be up to Danville, Diablo, including Alamo, which Commissioner Sinai.
Well, since you brought up the Tri-Valley, we've heard several times that we would like to keep the Tri-Valley together. And it was defined as San Ramon, Dublin, Pleasanton, Danville, Livermore, and unincorporated Alamo, Black Hawk, and Diablo Valley.
Thank you. Yeah, then if we could look at North Contra Costa County. We've heard a couple of different variations. I'd like to see a few different visualizations that include from, the La Miranda, Walnut Creek, Pleasant Hill area. I think we had heard that today. So Pleasant Hill, Walnut Creek, Castle, that entire area in the La Miranda, including that unincorporated area by Lafayette. And then I'd like to also see Concord either with that or Concord with Bay Point, Pittsburgh, Antioch, out that direction. There'll be a lot of different variations in here. I'd like to see one with Martinez up to Benicia, and including maybe Vallejo, or not, and say maybe from Pinole east to, say, Concord, going along the Highway 4 area. And then, and I don't know by population, I don't know how that's going to work. Commissioner Sinai.
Can we put on the CVAC, VAP? I think I keep saying it wrong each time I say it differently. The voting data on for Latinos in this area, in the Northern Contra Costa. Thank you. Okay. I was just curious because we got some input that was kind of trying, like you guys can see where I'm pointing. Joining Vallejo, Benicia. I can see why they separate out. Doesn't look like it's. Can you put the Asian, please? Sorry. And we can't put them all at the same time, right? All right, that doesn't. Okay. So no, I don't see exactly what folks were saying about crossing, Crockett Rodeo and Benicia.
Actually, could you put the black CVAP up also, please?
You know what I'm realizing? Just because it's not a CVAP doesn't mean it's not a community of interest. So I apologize. So we did receive the request. Okay, now I can't. Oh, for Benicia and Martinez to be connected because they were both communities had a lot of oil industry. So if we could please see a visualization, what if we had Benicia and Martinez in one type of district?
Great. Did you have other directions, Commissioner Sinai?
Oh, I'm taking turns based on other people. Sorry, I didn't lower my hand.
Oh, Commissioner Yee.
Thank you. So this is where I asked for visualization with Vallejo kept in the Solano County and versus Vallejo placed with Napa County. And then also Solano combined with Yolo counties versus Solano combined with Napa counties.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say, this is all making me appreciate all the more the Voters First Act, fact that city and counties are at the same level as communities of interest. One is not higher than the other. So that's so much of these cases that we're looking at is which of those two to put a little higher than the other in a given case, because they're not higher. One is not higher than the other by statute. That's all.
Thank you. Do we have any other? Should we move now? Because I realize that line drawers might not be with us after the following break. So we want to kind of jump up and into. Do we want to jump up? No, sorry. We have Commissioner Kudigal. We also have a hand from Jamie.
Go ahead and go with Jamie first.
I was going to suggest that since there is a lot of overlap and there's been different testimony in these Northern California counties about east to west versus north to south, I'm wondering if perhaps we could look at some of the Central Coast area. Since tomorrow will be with Kennedy, you can look at these like Northern California counties together if you wish, and in Southern California, or excuse me, on the Central Coast, maybe we could sort of dig in there for some visualizations next.
Perfect. Thank you. Commissioner Kudagawa, though, did you have you go ahead and ask your question first.
Okay, I was going to say, I mean, I don't have to. I was just only going to just note that along the San Joaquin Delta, like, the cities of like Pittsburgh and the ones going further east, I know we got a lot of testimony around that, and some of them Pittsburgh, Antioch, Brentwood, Oakley, Knights, and some of them kind of dipped into a little bit into the San Joaquin Valley as well too. So I guess I given the input testimony that we got, I would like to request a visualization taking that region into account as well too.
So I think we're up against a break at this point. So if we can, I believe. Yeah. So we could take 15 minutes, come back at 10 or 3:05, I guess, and resume at that point. Welcome back, California. Thanks for joining us. We are going to continue with direction to our line drawing team. I was going to turn it over to Commissioner Anderson. Oh, I see her now. So I will turn it over to Commissioner Anderson now.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't realize my video was off. So thank you very much, everybody. We're moving right along here. I do want to tell everyone we will lose the line drawing team at about 3:20. So as Jamie has told us, the north, we will be doing the north inland and central California tomorrow morning, and we might address the northern coast at that time. So if we could jump into what people would want to hear about the southern coast, and again, realizing we basically have about 15 minutes. So, thank you, Commissioner Fortier. I was going to say you are probably the most familiar with this area, so if you could lead us.
Sure. So first, I mean, we've given you direction on the VRA. You're going to work on that. We don't need to be redundant on that on section 2. But I do have a question. This is the first, Monterey is the first of 4 counties that we're going to be running into over the next 2 days where there are section 5 districts. So I understand what a section 2 district is. I don't really get what a section 5 district is, and I don't get what we should be thinking about doing with it. We don't want to make the folks in those districts any worse off than they were before. Hopefully we can, make them better off in whatever sense that is. But I'm wondering if our VRA council can kind of let us all know what the section 5 was, and give us some thoughts or guidance on what we ought to be thinking about in with regard to those districts in the context of no more section 5.
Sure. So as you indicated, section 5 is it's still technically on the books. Section 5 was a part of the Voting Rights Act, where there were certain jurisdictions that needed to submit any redistricting plans for the Justice Department to pre-clear before they were allowed into effect. Since the Supreme Court in Shelby County basically struck down the formula that made a county a section 5 or a jurisdiction a section 5 jurisdiction, the pre-clearance is no longer in effect. And those areas would still, however, fall under section 2. So they'll still receive analysis under the Voting Rights Act compliance under that section, and they don't need to be sort of separately considered under Section 5, which had some different standards that applied to it. Does that answer your question?
I still don't get it. I mean, what was, so do I contrast Section 5 and Section 2 for me then, or something? I mean, I don't get so I have to get permission to have, I have to get permission for my district, but permission for what? I mean, because I've historically discriminated against people, but I mean, what do I have to do to remedy that, I guess, and then get it blessed?
Julia, I can jump in if you don't mind.
Sure, of course.
Commissioner, if you think of Section 2 as a sword for a minority community, you can think of Section 5 as a shield. And what I mean by that is Section 5 requires a jurisdiction to, for example, maintain the level of a minority community. Let's say like there's a district in Monterey County where there was 48% CVAP. Section 5 would make it unlawful without preclearance to draw a district that had less Latino voters in it. So that's just one example of how the law would apply. Happy to answer any follow-up questions.
Okay. What if it had 30? I mean, I guess maybe this is a longer conversation than we have today since you guys are all going. I guess all I would ask is that you look at, I mean, you're going to look at it for Section 2, but just help us contextualize when you come back how this all would have fit in with Section 5 and that in some way that helps us make sense of it all. Because
Sure
I mean,
thing.
we've got to, I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing for everybody.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll talk to David Becker and potentially provide some training to the commission on this.
Thank you. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. I guess back to you, Salvador or Julia, whoever wants to respond. I understand what Chair Franchari is getting to, and I guess my question would be is what is the criteria to become a Section 5 and what is the criteria to become a Section 2, like the difference between the two? And it sounded like Monterey, the whole county was a Section 5. So is that one of the differences? It's a bigger area. I mean, I'm kind of like on the same page where I don't want to make a community worse because they no longer fall under Section 5. And I realize, as Julia said, that they would still fall into the Section 2, but I don't know, were there additional protections for Section 5 versus Section 2? It's a lot of questions. So I'm not going to apologize, but just a lot of questions. So thank you. If you can just shed some light, that'd be great.
Sure. So I can. You're asking very good questions, and I'm sorry that the law is as complicated as it is. Basically, the standard under Section 5 prohibited, as Sal was explaining, what the law called retrogression. So putting people in a worse situation than they had been before. That standard is much more friendly for minority voters than Section 2 is, which only allows the opportunity to elect candidates of choice. So what that means basically is that jurisdiction that, because nationwide, every area is under Section 2, it means that minority voters in every area need to be protected against the racially polarized voting that Sal and you've heard about before from David. But the standard is much higher than it would have been under Section 5, which is no longer operative. Does that help kind of answer your question?
I'm just going to keep moving on. So
yeah,
I'm good. Thanks. It didn't necessarily answer it, but I'm just going to move on. Thank you.
Commissioner Yee, I have some other thoughts.
Yes, let me see if I got this correct. Section 5 areas were pre-identified by the Section 4 formula that was struck down. So those Section 5 districts are known. There's a list of them across the nation, and they included some areas in Monterey County. So, so those are the ones that people already know they had to be pre-cleared if any changes were made that could possibly retrogress the position of minority voters in those sections. I believe is that correct? So versus Section 2, everyone's subject to Section 2. Every district in the whole nation. A Section 2 claim could be made. Of course, only some, could be made credibly. But, I believe that's the case. Correct me if I'm wrong. Meanwhile, you may recall the Mapping Playbook Subcommittee had a point of discussion whether or not to hold ourselves to Section 5 standards, even though they are not being, they're not operative right now. And at this moment, we're proposing not to put that down on paper, that we will systematically try to maintain those standards, even though, of course, we're free to consider them and hold ourselves to them and discuss them as we eventually draw actual districts. But that's still an open question whether we will systematically try to maintain Section 5 standards.
I might just jump in here for a minute. One thing I might say about it is there's the standards, but before you had to have the pre-clearance idea, you basically had to kind of draw your districts and then you couldn't change them. And so by that, you had no flexibility. And I know that I've heard that caused lots of problems going up the peninsula because they picked parts of Monterey and Santa Cruz. And it's that rigidity that if we can kind of look at, we can still keep whatever standards we want, like there's no retrogression, but we don't have to lock in ahead of time. We can still be a little flexible with where our districts are and make sure that we still don't have, there's no retrogression in these areas that were Section 5. That's how I've seen this. So in terms of, we still will meet the criteria, but we don't have to say right now ahead of time, okay, this is how we're doing Monterey, and that's it, period. Everything else is locked in, and then you go from there. And it's, I don't remember all the counties, but we kind of do need to push on a little bit, and I'm hoping Commissioner Fornashari, we'll get more information, I know, from our VRA, who will give us a lot more information. As you can tell, we all have ideas. We don't know what the details are, but if you could give us a bit of direction here, because I say we turn into a pumpkin in 5 minutes.
Yeah, and yeah, that'd be great if just, yes. So I guess the first thing I would ask is, we got 3 themes in Ventura County. If you would look at those 3 themes for us. And those 3 themes are the Oxnard, Point Hueneme, and up the Santa Clara River. Can you draw that visualization so we can see what that looks like? Keeping sort of I forget what the name of that valley is, but can you zoom in a little bit so I can see the names of the cities? Thousand Oaks, Camarillo, Oak Park, all that, and Simi Valley, Moore Park, Santa Rosa, keeping those guys all together. Then what does it look like without Simi Valley? I don't know if I actually remember to say this, and I think I did not. I specifically looked for input from Moore Park, and I only found 3 pieces of input from Moore Park. And none of them wanted to be in CD 25. All of them wanted to stay in Ventura County. So I think those, and we've already asked you to honor the input or look at the input that we've received, the COI input. So beyond that, I don't have any specific direction for the rest of the zone.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sy.
There was a lot around the Burbank airport, and I thought Burbank was Los Angeles, and some were bringing it up as if it was Ventura. And so I just wanted to, and you're laughing at me, Commissioner Vasquez, but I just didn't want to, since we didn't bring it up during our conversation of Los Angeles, I did want to bring up the Burbank Airport. So if we just, I guess we're looking at all those. Burbank is Burbank. Okay, thanks. I did think it was closer to San Bernardino, but so anyway, the other thing I found interesting about the Simi Valley, and you kind of brought this up, Commissioner Fornashari, was that most of the people saying keep Simi Valley with the Los Angeles were not from Simi Valley. Well, those from Simi Valley, when it came to those who were from Simi Valley, most of them said, "Hey, put us with Ventura." But either way, they want to be together and with Moore Park.
So I just to be clear, the input I looked at, I believe was only from Ventura County. I didn't look at the input to Simi Valley from outside of Ventura County.
Okay, sounds good. The little maps, the packets we got were great because they multiply. So if you think you're reading 300 pages once and then 500 pages the next time, a lot of them fall under more than one category. So I apologize.
Thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, I was going to just make a comment on that part. What I'm finding is that in reading the inputs that we've gotten, either because they mention one of the counties, it may have gotten grouped in with even a different county that it's not really a part of. And I think to what Commissioner Sinai did say, and I'll go back through the Simi Valley inputs again, but my recollection is that there was a combination of both those who live in the Santa Clarita Valley that were advocating to have Simi Valley included with it, but from a lot of the people who did call in from the Simi Valley, not all necessarily addressed Santa Clarita or the Antelope Valley, but there were at least a few that did state that they did not believe that they should be with Santa Clarita Valley or the Antelope Valley, and that they should be closer to Ventura and part of Ventura, part of Moore Park. In some cases, I think as Commissioner Fornashari, you had noted Thousand Oaks. I also recall seeing something about Bell Canyon as well too. I know that this wasn't the request. I know that there were some comments about keeping Ventura and LA County separate. However, given the Ventura County region and also the requests that we also heard from the community members who called in about Oxnard, Port Hueneme, I don't know if it's going to be possible to keep them separate, but I did hear very clearly that they felt that they did not want to be together with cities like Thousand Oaks and Simi Valley. And at some point, if you're to try to keep all of Ventura County together, it would be a little difficult to honor those requests. And so I'm interested, or I would like to request a visualization that would include Moore Park, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, that particular area. So I guess that could include Santa Rosa, Oak Park, Bell Canyon, Santa Susana, Westlake Village, Agoura Hills, and also Calabasas, and also Hidden Hills. So that, and stopping at, and not including Topanga, but stopping at Calabasas, and not including the region that says LA, that's primarily, I suspect, the mountains and the San Fernando Valley. Yes, together with that eastern part of Ventura County, which includes Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, and Moore Park.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kutagawa. It is 3:22 now. I'm hoping that Tamina is still with us. I think we might have lost Jamie, but I'm just thinking, should we go? I know Commissioner Sinai, I see your hand. Is this about the same area, or are you going further north?
Going a little bit further north.
Great, go ahead.
I'm curious to see, what if we visualized Santa Cruz with the 17 corridor going towards Los Gatos and that area. And yeah, so the 17 corridor, the freeway, Santa Cruz going to the 17 into, because one of the questions that probably we'll discuss at some point, Playbook, is the whole idea of if people live and work, when we brought it up earlier too, live and work in different places, some people may think that it's connected and others wouldn't. But some of the COIs did talk about the 17 corridor and connecting Santa Cruz to to Silicon Valley using the 17 corridor. So what if?
Thank you. Along those lines, I'd like to see one that has a visualization that actually has the southern part of San Jose, the Santa Clara, like, Morgan Hill, Gilroy areas, and then heading down, have that sort of as a possibility. I don't know in terms of population. Then I'd like to see another visualization which had the Gilroy through the, from say, the Gilroy, Interlaken, Watsonville, can't see the last name, down through a little bit further south, the Aromas, Prunedale, Las Lomas, and into San Benito County. I'd like to see that that tri area, that Prunedale. I'd like to see that even as one. And I'd like to see the San Benito with those areas I just sort of mentioned, and the whole Salinas Valley. As one. I'm kind of jumping in here, guys, because of just to get this for the time before the line drawers run away. I'd like to see if there could be, it was mentioned by, this is a VRA district, I don't know, but for the Black Sea map in the Marina Seaside area. And then including from, I don't know if the Marina, with the Monterey, that whole area going south, excluding the Salinas Valley. I don't know population or if it would be Monterey and San Benito together, the counties. So I'm going sort of fast here. And then there's going south, San Luis Obispo County, which has said, no, we don't want to be with Monterey County. We want to be by ourselves or with parts of the northern part of Santa Barbara County. So I'd like to kind of see that. We've had several, again, good, Commissioner Kennedy?
Yeah, Jenny Curto, when she called this morning, was asking that we provide two different visualizations with San Luis Obispo County, and saying that the public would benefit from seeing both of them. So one would be all of San Luis Obispo plus southern Monterey County, the other one being all of San Luis Obispo plus northern Santa Barbara County. So I would like to request that we honor that request.
Thank you. Then, did we have one, and Commissioner Forciari, that was mentioned just, say the beach communities excluding some of the rest of the counties, or am I misimagining that?
The northern Santa Barbara feedback we got was Santa Maria, Orcutt, Lompoc, Guadalupe. Together.
Okay. And then going down to Santa Barbara, and that was separating then as you go further east. It was the Santa Barbara area with
where's, on Santinellis, rats, I can't think of the name of the town, the Solvang, that whole area, the Buellton Solvang, that was with Santa Barbara area, or was that the entire county?
I don't recall input that captured that.
Okay. Well, so I think that's the directions for the line drawers. Let's have a look at population and see what you can give us. Any other commissioners here who want to jump in with things that I went very quickly through that? Oh, we're also actually going to have they're going to read back directions for us. Should we jump into that now? Or do I don't see, I can't see everybody. So if you have questions, you want to speak up, please do so now. Otherwise, I think we'll have the line drawers or the staff read back directions to us. Okay, I don't see any commissioners. So could we have, I think Marcy's, so we might have Jose Eduardo is giving them back, or Marcy, the team will, our staff team will lead. Please.
Yes, Jose Eduardo has been on taking notes, so he'll be able to jump on now.
Great, thank you very much.
To go through those, yeah.
Hi, commissioners. This is Jose Eduardo. So I'm going to go down the general directions and visualizations. Starting on top, Commissioner Kennedy, general direction was to keep tribal reservations together. Another general direction is better to split counties as opposed to cities. And in consensus with Commissioner Sine, Commissioner Yee, and Kennedy, as well as Commissioner Toledo, to treat census designated places same as cities, and put them together when possible, especially for the visualization phase. Commissioner Yee would like to see Congressional District 17 and with and without the cities of Sunnyvale, Cupertino, and Santa Clara. Commissioner Sine create 2 districts in 17 and 18 that are minority and majority Asian voters. Commissioner Kennedy, general direction, coastal district that is separate from the urban district, such as areas as that would be joined with Santa Cruz, and urban areas will become part of what the commission is looking at with current Congressional District 18. Keeping the urban areas together and then taking the coastal area and putting that together with San Mateo or down into Santa Cruz counties. Commissioner Kutawawa, visualizations, Asian border aging population. Put South San Francisco up through Redwood City, down past Belmont or around Belmont. Belmont or San Carlos, moving down through another portion of that peninsula area. Commissioner Farnishari, visualizations, try not to split neighborhoods. And it could just be for LA and San Francisco areas, as well as honor East Bay Hills, which divides 2 different areas. Commissioner Anderson, look at different combinations of the coasts, starting at Pacifica, coming down possibly, including Woodside Valley, Atherton, down to parts of Santa Cruz as a district, and looking at how many in the area of Cupertino, Sunnyvale, the eastern parts of San Jose, keeping in mind Asian voting age populations. Commissioner Sine, visualization of Fremont, Union, and Newark, keeping in mind Latino voting age populations. Commissioner Kutawawa, include Hayward, Union City, western portion of Fremont, and breaking up Fremont and Newark maybe. Commissioner Anderson, parts of Hayward, north into Oakland, see different combinations and parts of Hayward through San Leandro, Oakland, and then go north from Oakland all the way up into Richmond through probably San Pablo, up to those areas, looking at the minority districts in those areas as well. Commissioner Sine create visualizations based on the areas that were just named, and based on the community input about Richmond, East and West Oakland, Freeman, San Jose, and Santa Clara. Also visualizations of Albany, Berkeley, parts of Oakland, and creating different visualizations based on input that has been received so far, while keeping in mind voting age populations. Commissioner Anderson, visualizations, create a visualization that would put Tracy in with communities or cities such as Livermore, Pleasanton, maybe San Ramon or Southern Alameda. Commissioner Snee, keep the Tri-Valley together as it is San Ramon, Dublin, Pleasanton, Danville, Livermore, and unincorporated Alamo, Black Hawk, and Diablo Valley. Commissioner Anderson, include visualizations that include Marina, Pleasant Hill area, Walnut Creek, Castle, and La Miranda. Include in unincorporated areas such as Lafayette. Also see Concord with or Bay Point, Pittsburgh, Antioch, or out of that direction. See different visualization for Martinez out to Benicia, include Vallejo or not, or maybe even from Pinole East to say Concord along Highway 4 area. Commissioner Sine, Benicia and Martinez in one type of district, with them in one type of district. Commissioner Yee, keep Vallejo in county versus Vallejo Place with Napa County, and then Solano combined with Yolo County versus Solano combined with Napa County. Commissioner Kutawawa, visualizations from the San Joaquin Delta, which would include Pittsburgh, Antioch, Brentwood, Oakley, Night Sun, and some cities in the some cities that are part of the San Joaquin Valley. Commissioner Fornishari, keep the Oxnard, Port Hueneme, and up to the Santa Clara River together. Commissioner Fornishari, keep Thousand Oaks, Camarillo, Oak Park, Simi Valley, Moore Park, Santa Rosa, and another visualizations without Simi Valley to see how that would look. Commissioner Kutawawa, include Moore Park, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, an area that could include also Santa Rosa, Oak Park, Bell Canyon, Santa Susana, Westlake Village, Agar Hills, and Calabasas, and even the Hidden Hills. Commissioner Sine, include visualizations of Santa Cruz with along with the Highway 17 corridor going towards Los Gatos in that area. Commissioner Anderson, visualizations that actually has the southern part of San Jose, Santa Clara, Morayville, Gilroy, and areas heading down. Commissioner Anderson, visualizations which has Gilroy through Gilroy Lake and Watsonville down through South Plumdale, Romas into the San Benito County, and also would like to see San Benito County with those areas just mentioned, as well as the Salinas Valley as one. Commissioner Anderson, the Black voting age population in the Marina Seaside area, and then including perhaps the Marina, the Monterey, and the whole area going south, which excludes Salinas Valley. In other words, put Monterey and San Benito counties together. Provide two different visualizations with San Luis Obispo County and So one would be San Luis Obispo plus Southern Monterey County. The other one will be San Luis Obispo plus Southern Santa Barbara County. And that will be Commissioner Kennedy, I believe. Is there anything that I missed?
Great summary. Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
Yeah, just on that last one, I just want to make sure that that was a misreading. It's San Luis, the second option would be San Luis Obispo and Northern Santa Barbara County, rather than San Luis Obispo and Southern Santa Barbara County, which don't border each other. Thanks.
Thank you. Also, there was one in terms of just north of what we've been calling the areas of Congressional District 17, a visualization which did not actually went over the hills, including, say, from the Bay, Hayward, out through Sunol and the rural areas. That area. So with that, do we have any other directions we're going to give at this time? I don't believe so. In which case, thank you very much for everybody. Thank you for the staff who were taking great and copious notes and reading them back to us. Thank you for the those of our VRA team and or line drawing team who are still with us. Those who aren't, we really appreciate it. Commissioner Fornashari, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, and thanks to the team for walking us through this and helping us out. We really, really appreciate it. I guess at this point, we will, I'll take public comment on the work that we've done so far today on this topic. And then we'll wrap up a couple of business items and get out of here. Hopefully not too late. So we're not wrapping up this item today. We'll keep it open for tomorrow, but I did want to take public comment on that. Commissioner Sinai.
Hi, thank you for calling on me. Since there's two zones that I need to prepare for tomorrow, and we all need to prepare for multiple zones. As my kids said last night when I was reading all the COIs, they're like, "Mom, you're reading a book." I said, "No, I'm reading." No, I said, "I'm reading 300 pages." They're like, "That's a book." I said, "Well, the second one is 500 pages." So we've got a lot of reading tonight on the COIs, and it's exciting. And I thank the public for really sharing their communities, because you do get a feel for them. But I was confused because Commissioner Fornashari, at one point you said, well, we've already given you direction on everything that, to follow everything that we've been told by the COIs. And so for the visualization, so I was wondering, for visualization, are we supposed to not be giving the items that we heard multiple times, and we want to make sure is visualization, is all that already going to be visualized? So we're supposed to be thinking outside of that box. What are the parameters on the visualization exercise? And I apologize if I totally messed it up and kept us longer than we had to.
I'm going to turn that over to Commissioner Anderson to answer that question.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Sinai. No, it's not. It is unusual. We haven't done it before, so these are good questions. Basically, we've heard a lot of things, but the line drawers need to hear our voice, the commission's voice, to say we want to see pictures of that. We could hear everything and say I don't care, I don't want to see a picture of it. And so that's what they're looking for. And I think I'm getting a nod, so I think that might be enough. I don't need to add more.
That's what I thought it was, but I just wanted to make sure that it was once you've heard all of this and you're kind of processing, what is it that you want to see? So what's the next step? Just again, the modern art versus traditional art.
Yes, this is like splatter painting, what they call it, hitting with your paintbrush with another paintbrush to get those dots on that canvas. That's what we're doing. And what we've seen, what we've heard has been presented. And particularly emphasize, if there's something, some people said this and other people said the opposite of it. That's what we're looking for. And then, so we can see different visualizations.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And that question, the clarification. Appreciate that. Katie? If you could ask for public comment on the work we've been doing today on direction for our line drawing team, please.
Yes, Chair. The Commission will now take public comment on the work they've been doing with the line draw this afternoon. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 838-6565-7077 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions are read at the beginning of the meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page. And we do have a caller 4109 with their hand raised. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute by pressing star 6 at this time. And the floor is yours.
Oh, thanks. How long do I have for my comments?
2 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners. I live in Sunnyvale in the San Francisco Bay Area. And regarding your comments about the Asian CVAP, I'd like you to be mindful that the Asian community is very diverse and also in Santa Clara. And so, for example, part of the Asian CVAP in the East Bay, there's a large Afghani population on the peninsula, and particularly in Daly City. I believe Daly City has the largest numbers of people from the Philippines of any place in the U.S., or actually outside of the Philippines, period. In Santa Clara County, there are areas that are more South Asian, Indian, and Chinese, generally more affluent communities, neighborhoods where folks are together, and other parts, particularly in San Jose, the downtown, Alum Rock, southeastern area, but the areas that are closer to downtown that are heavily South Asian, Vietnamese. And then there's a pocket in Evergreen that has similar demographics to Cupertino, where it's more Chinese, Asian, Indian. And I know that there's studies showing that those groups don't necessarily vote for each other. So I'd urge you to take a look at that. And
15
also, I think a major decision you need to make is whether or not any districts should cross the San Francisco Bay from San Francisco. It used to be that there was a congressional district that spanned over to Marin the last time.
Thank you, caller. We appreciate your input and your thoughts. Looks like we have another caller, Kate.
Yes, Chair. All right, those that have just called in, if you will please press star 9 to raise your hand indicating you wish to give comment. As for a caller with the last four, 92220. Yes. If you will please follow the prompts to unmute at this time by pressing star 6. And one more time, caller 9220. You'll please press *6 to unmute. There you are. The floor is yours. Caller
Hi, good afternoon.
There.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Great, thank you. Thank you. I am a working student who is very much interested in following the work of this commission, which thank you for your service, and engaging my usual unengaged community. However, I'm finding it a little bit difficult to follow your long meetings due to my classes and homework, and of course, my work obligations. If you could be able to post transcripts, can you at least publish the line drawing notes your outreach team reads out? Also, thank you. And also, can you let me know what transcript timeline that might be? Thank you.
Thank you for your call. Appreciate that. Yes, we are working to publish transcripts. It has been a challenge for us. We're having some issues with the vendors, but we're working on that. I think Commissioner Fernandez has a comment.
Yes, and I appreciate you following along with us. And I just want to reiterate that our official record of our meetings are our videos, and those are posted usually within 24 hours of our meetings. So the transcripts will be coming. They're, as Chair Franchari said, we're having some issues with the vendor. But again, the official record of our meeting is the video.
Yes, thank you for that.
That was all of our callers at this time, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Katie. So at this point, we just have a couple of other items on our business meeting agenda. I want to check in with Commissioner Yee. Did the VRA team, VRA committee have anything to report out?
Not at this time.
Okay. All right. So that was number 8. So I just want to talk about the security plan and the potential closed session this afternoon. We're still iterating through the security plan at this point. So we're not going to go into closed session, and closed session would be discussion of some details about venue-specific security. So I do want to circle back, though, to the in-person meeting discussion document that I put out there on Wednesday. Let's see, we had a bit of a discussion on that topic. You know, I'm not looking for a motion or anything, just some guidance from the commission on how we ought to conduct these meetings. The first part of the guidance that I wanted to get clarity on was whether or not there was enough interest and commitment by the commissioners to have hold meetings for line drawing, and there seems to be. So we would go ahead with that. We got a couple pieces of feedback. Places other places in Northern California, other than Sacramento, maybe the Bay Area, maybe other places. So we can certainly consider that. You know, we have been looking into the Bay Area. The Bay Area, I'll just say what we found so far. The Bay Area is a bit of a challenge because the restrictions in the Bay Area are higher regarding masking and COVID-related restrictions. So finding venues has proven to be difficult, and or public venues. We've been thinking about hotels, and in the Bay Area, hotels are quite pricey, but we'll continue to look at that those options, and maybe we can look at other places around Northern California. And then, of course, the feedback that we really need to be cognizant when we host these meetings with some of the commission in person and some of the commission virtual, that we really are conscientious about ensuring equal participation for everyone. And Commissioner Sinai sent out article on that, and so the chairs of those meetings are going to really have to make sure they're living up to that expectation. It's difficult. I know I spent an awful lot of time at a company in a satellite branch with 10% of the company, and 90% of it was in Albuquerque. I was the one person on the end of the video conference with 50 other people all chatting it up, and I hardly ever got recognized. But, so we'll do our best to consider that. There were some other points here on this document that I wanted to go through and discuss and sort of let you know what our thinking was. That we would propose at this time to host the meetings virtually, so virtually for everyone, and in person for commissioners, staff, and our consultants only. The in-person meetings would not host the public for a number of reasons, but we would continue to enable public input via the mechanism that we're using now via phone calls. It makes logistics significantly simpler. But one of the other things it does is it relieves us of the responsibility of having to enforce masking regulations. I think the commission, if we're going to go to a certain location to meet, it's incumbent upon us to follow local regulations with regard to COVID protocols. But there are communities out there, Commissioner Taylor shared, that LA County has a policy on masking that the county sheriff told the sheriff's department not to enforce. So, I don't see us as a commission wanting to get in the middle of that issue at this point. And if we host the public, we will. It provides certainly a safer and more secure environment for the commission if we do that. And then, since the governor signed the bill extending the Bagley-Keene exemption, it's consistent with the current Bagley-Keene exemption. Of course, commissioners, staffs, consultants, as I've mentioned before, would have the opportunity to attend in public or virtually, and that would be their choice. And as I mentioned before, we proposed that the meeting locations would alternate between Northern California and Southern California. And so, I just want to throw that out there. That's what we're thinking, and that's the why behind what we're thinking. I didn't, we can go ahead and begin to, so Commissioner, me as the chair, Commissioner Sidwani as the vice chair, work with Alvaro and Anthony to get these meetings scheduled and ensure that we've got them, all the details worked out. And then, when Commissioner Sinai takes over, her and Commissioner Lamas will continue, working this, to ensure the meetings are going to go off. But that's what we're thinking. I just wanted to throw that out there for everyone to provide feedback and comment about our thoughts. Chief Counsel Payne.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to just contextualize what the chair just mentioned a little bit, and that we would still be holding the meetings virtually, essentially, for purposes of communication with the public. It's as if it's what we're continuing to do. I think the difference is, instead of commissioners meeting in individual virtual locations, it might be a collective virtual location. You might all be in a particular room, for example, but you're still interfacing with the public just as you are now, just as you have been. just that you're in, so the meeting itself is still a quote teleconference under the law, and that's why the difference now is the question I think the chair is raising is, okay, do individual commissioners want to meet together? But the meeting itself is still existing virtually as it has been. I just wanted to contextualize that a little bit as well.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Sinai?
Just to get the ball rolling on the conversation, I think several of us have said we are willing and wanting to experience being together, as well as having these conversations in person for all the diverse reasons that have been mentioned. So did you want a motion, or did you want just discussion? I guess my one recommendation is that we do similar to what we've done in the past, where we pilot something. Let's just say, then for the next, the first 4 meetings we'll do it, and after the first 2, we decide if it's working or not. I know it's hard because we have so many, and so piloting is difficult. But I just wanted to give that as I know staff is concerned that they'll put a lot of effort into this, and then it won't, commissioners won't attend. I would like to go back and remind us all that we did make a huge commitment to redistricting. And though the timeline has changed on us, we were asked over and over again, can you make the time commitment? And this is the first time we're being asked to travel if we can. And so it really, from now until we submit the maps, we all should be as flexible as possible and be open to our schedule. Our first priority being the redistricting. I know we have families, I know we have other jobs and all that, but we really we all kind of need to be on the same page about how, getting this done as a team.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Sinai. Commissioner Lamons has his hand raised.
Yes, I guess my question was, since virtually we're doing the exact same thing that we're doing in terms of how we're interfacing with the public and the meetings are public, why aren't we just utilizing headquarters as the gathering place for commissioners that want to gather, as opposed to creating all these different logistical operations in Southern California, et cetera, to just have commissioners come together when we have a headquarters and we have a travel budget? So I guess that part I'm not fully understanding, why that extra layer of logistics is being laid, particularly since we're not being open to the public.
So specifically that extra, the thought was that, we wanted to try to share the burden, the travel burden between the Northern California and Southern California folks. I mean, you're bringing up a great point about having a headquarter that we could go to. But the thinking was that we would share the travel burden. But if that's not, if that's not an important issue, for the folks who would be traveling the furthest, we can certainly think about just holding the meeting in Sacramento. And that's certainly something I'd like to hear from the folks from Southern California.
May I ask another question about that, Chair?
Sure.
And maybe I'm misunderstanding that there would be, so I know that Commissioner Sinai and others have identified locations, say in San Diego or other parts of Southern California where those meetings could take place. What is that going to require from videography, et cetera, if anything? Because that's really more what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And it's like, does that exceed the travel budget? And then do we have to have staff traveling from Sacramento to those locations to be, handling those logistics? And I guess I'm just trying to understand the value in that when we have a headquarters. We have a place that our staff already is. I don't know. I guess I'm just not following it, to be honest.
Yeah, no, those are all valid questions that we brought up. So the thinking was that, we would all bring our laptops, we could log on like we're logging on now, and work that way to minimize the burden on our videography team. But we have to work out all those logistical details. And, first I wanted to make sure, that everyone, or that folks were on board with getting together, and B, in this context of not hosting the public. And then we can go work all those details out, and answer those questions as you've asked. Certainly all valid questions. Commissioner Fernandez and Commissioner Anderson.
Yes, I just wanted to respond, and I agree in terms of splitting between northern and southern. Commissioner Fernandez would like to travel, so if she can go southern, that'd be great. Just kidding. But me personally, I would be using it if there was a meeting south. I'd probably use it to tour some of the areas on my own, which would be helpful. And then two, in terms of the videographer, the contract did include funding or provisions for hybrid type meetings like this. In terms of if the videographer did have to be at multiple places, they could be at multiple places, be it at headquarters doing the virtual, or wherever we're at doing it virtual, as well as filming us. And the other thing I wanted to talk about is, I believe it was Executive Director Hernandez on Wednesday mentioned that he would want the commissioners to let him and his staff know, 5 days in advance whether or not they plan to attend, if it's northern or southern. And my recommendation would be if at one of the meetings, maybe there's only like 4 that are interested, then at some point maybe we just say, okay, we're just going to do that meeting virtual, because it may not be worth, having a separate meeting or location for those few days. So anyway, that was it. Again, I'm kind of with Commissioner Sinai. I did expect to be traveling, and I realize some cannot. And I'm hoping that if we do split it between north and south, that might open up the ability for some to travel. Maybe it's closer to them, which it may or may not help. We'll see. But I do think the next 3 months are going to be pretty busy, and hopefully we can meet together as much as we can. Thank you.
Yeah, just one comment. We're definitely going to need more than 5 days notice. It's probably going to be a couple weeks notice, that our commitment to travel to get these set up. Commissioner Anderson.
Thank you. Actually, I glad Commissioner Lamont brought that up, because we've all been kind of talking about, there's the commissioner is traveling back and forth, but I didn't think, how many of the staff would have to go, and then the whole shoot match. That could be, yes, it is included in contracts, but how much money are we throwing out there? And it's a pro and con. The other thing I keep on thinking is how logistically we're going to do this. And I'd like the subcommittee, line drawing subcommittee, has not specifically talked about this with the line drawers. Now, they always, yes, we can do whatever you want. But logistically, what would that exactly entail, and how would it be if you're in one room? Are we going to try to show videos of a screen that we all can see? It's, I'd like to walk through that and bring that back to the commission. I also like Commissioner Sinai's ideas of let's do a trial, and I see this 2829 as that, because I have been to the office, and there's not a whole lot of space in the office for having a whole lot of people there. So that is another concern. Thank you.
There's a larger conference room that we have access to. In
the building?
Yeah, on the floor. Just down the hall.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Sinai?
you had asked those in Southern California, are you willing just to go up to Sacramento as the furthest one from Sacramento, even though maybe Commissioner Kennedy, depending, how you measure it or time. But again, I'm here to make this work, and I'm completely flexible. And so I'm okay with Commissioner Lamont's request. And the only reason San Diego came up was because other commissioners asked about San Diego. And so it wasn't that I was lobbying for San Diego, because I was like Commissioner Fernandez saying, hey, I want to stay at a hotel too with everybody. I don't want everyone to go to a hotel and I have to go home based on the 50-mile rule. Anyway, again, I'm completely flexible any way we do it, but I would like to at least have a core of us together when we're doing the line drawing, just because we're missing a lot by body languages. Just for instance, Commissioner Turner, I love it when she goes, mm-hmm. And we only hear it every once in a while, but it's so reaffirming for me. And watching you guys laugh, I'm like, oh, I wish I could hear your laughs when you're laughing at me. It's just, those things help us build the team that we need as we're going through some of the things that may be butting heads with each other, or the community butting heads with us. We really do need us to be a team. And I'm impressed by how much we've gotten to know each other via Zoom, but I would like to take it to the next level for those of us who can while we're doing the line drawing, because it's going to be long hours. I mean, just reading this and doing this part is long, and it's only going to get longer.
And Commissioner Kutagawa.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'll just chime in as one of the ones that's going to have to be traveling. One, I think to the question or the comment about staff and the, staff having to travel down from Sacramento. I just want to remind folks that we do have several staff that are actually Southern California based. So I think it's honestly a wash in terms of whether half the staff from Southern California go up or half the staff from Northern Cal come down. So that's less of a concern. I think there are some positives to being able to have a meeting in both Northern and Southern California. I will also affirm what Commissioner Fernandez did say. It is nice to sometimes be able to just drive in and then go back home. But at the same time, it is also nice to be able to fly up or drive up and stay in a hotel and see each other as well too. So I think that's why I think the idea of splitting half our time between Northern and Southern California for me is a positive one. I think, if there's opportunities, particularly if I think we're finding, or I know for myself, for the meeting at the end of the month, just because of my schedule, I'm going to need to fly in an extra day early. So instead of flying in that morning, so, one of those opportunities is to perhaps be able to drive around, or perhaps to meet up with some of the other commissioners that might be free that evening to be able to see something different and spend some additional time together. So, and I would say the same, coming down to Southern California. I will admit, Commissioner Sinai, I would prefer to do it in the LA area only because the majority are in the LA area. I would love to offer Orange County, but I also know that I'm the only one in Orange County, although it would probably be at least halfway for you. But I think the logistics of trying to move it around, because that did come up when we first started talking about having meetings in other areas. I think there's some logistical challenges. Number one being some of the different requirements around COVID and whether or not places are open publicly now. So to keep it at least somewhat simpler for the staff, I think the agreement is let's just do it in Southern California and Northern California, and maybe just use the same place in both so that they don't have to do too much running around in terms of trying to look for a location. So that's, I guess that's my input on that.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Turner.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that.
That's all. In total agreement. I like being able to split it between Northern and Southern. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Okay. I mean, I feel like, yeah, we have logistics to work out. Great questions about the logistics. I kind of just touching on the staff. I'm shooting from the hip here, and Alvaro might shoot back, but I'm thinking, that the Southern California staff might be able to manage the Southern California meetings with us, and the Northern California staff, the Northern California meetings. So, we could probably work that out to minimize travel. Commissioner Toledo.
Thank you. I mean, I think I'm hearing the majority of us want to meet in person. I am a little bit concerned about meeting in locations without masks, though. Even if we can social distance, given the spread of the Delta virus, and so I know it's very uncomfortable wearing the masks for extended periods of times, and we meet for hours on end. I mean, over 8 hours, and but we may want to consider wearing masks, and it may open up the possibility of being able to be in communities like in the Bay Area and other places where the mask mandate might be in place. I mean, the mandates are in place probably for a reason, and so it might be a good idea. I'm just throwing that out there, that we may, even if the county doesn't require masks, we may want to do it as just good public health prevention strategies. Or those of us who are comfortable wearing. I mean, I for work have to wear it when I'm in the building for hours on end, but so I'm used to it. But I know lots of people aren't, and it took me a while to get used to it too. So,
great points. So I think we would certainly follow the protocol for the area where we were, and then consider additional considerations that for the comfort of the commission. The part of the challenge with the Bay Area, for instance, is not complying with the regulations. It's just that the public venues are not available to rent, so to speak, because of the higher level COVID protocols. For instance. But great input, and I'm capturing all that too as we continue to consider out how we manage it. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. But Commissioner Taylor had his hand up first.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Taylor. I can't even see that. Okay.
No worries, Chair. Thank you. I think just to sort of follow up on what Commissioner Toledo was saying, I would be looking for a level of consistency regardless of where we met. So if we were masking in Southern California and then not masking in Northern California, I think we lose what the purpose is or the strength of whatever the purpose is of the health mandate. So I think in either places, I would be looking more towards meeting in person, a level of consistency. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sinai? Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure that we are considering and or pursuing opportunities to meet in state office facilities. I think Commissioner Sinai's point about using space in any of the redistricting access centers is a good one. I know that when we had to take our laptops in, the Attorney General's office had this huge suite of offices in an office tower in downtown San Diego. So I'm wondering if we are actively looking at using state facilities that might be easier for us to get than commercial facilities. Thank you.
Yes. So I'm Marcy's shaking her head. Yes. Yes. I'm acting like I'm doing any of this work, but it's all Marcy and her team. So thank you, Marcy. Commissioner Sinai.
Building on what Commissioner Taylor said, we asked this question when we visited that access center, and what they said is they keep the protocols that are in place for Berkeley, since Berkeley is where, I think it was Berkeley, not Sacramento, but that's where they all started in Berkeley and then they went. And so what we can say is we just use the protocols that are in place in Sacramento, since that's our headquarters, wherever we may be meeting. And so, or whatever the or we create our own protocols. But I do think it's wise to have the same protocols where we go, because that gets us into a habit. And also the more restrictive, the better, just because we're all coming from different places. So we've all had different exposures depending what counties we live in.
Okay. Okay. It's all good stuff. Appreciate it. Commissioner Turner.
Yeah, I think the current conversation and thought with medical professionals is that vaccinated, I don't know, I am personally still struggling with masks all day long in a building for the length of hours that we're talking about. And so I'm vaccinated for sure, and I know about the breakthrough and all of those other things and want to be careful. And I'm all for social distancing, but for 8 and 10 hours in a mask, that is not a job that I have currently. And it's more than I want to casually agree to without a lot of more conversation. At least I wanted to lift my opinion and thought process about it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that, Commissioner Turner. Director Hernandez. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Ahmed. Oh.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps we can invest in CRC hazmat suits. That could cover us all, right? No masks required. I don't know. I'm just kidding.
Someone suggested CRC masks. Commissioner Vasquez.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that, while this conversation is not especially relevant to me, did just want to note that physical distancing, social distancing is not especially effective indoors, since the virus is very readily airborne. So the decision to mask or not mask indoors during meetings is going to be important and probably not readily influenced by how far apart people are spaced.
Thank you for that. And Commissioner Turner, is your hand back up, or did you have a question?
Nope.
Okay. Okay, we've got Commissioner Anderson and then Commissioner or Chief Counsel Payne.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Vasquez. It really does depend upon ventilation. And, there's the requirements for are very well known. And that's something, that I don't know the venues where we're looking at, but that's something we should look into, because, like you said, it doesn't matter if you're indoors, there's no ventilation. It doesn't matter how far apart you are. You're all breathing the same air. Where if I like to say, the Korean places where they cook your food right in front of you, and it's like every single table has the big HVAC thing that sucks the air direct. It'll take your hair up almost. Those you don't need a mask on because you can't breathe the person's air next to you. But there's obviously there's standards, building standards, which we should be looking into in terms of where we're going, well before we decide what we're doing about masking.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And yeah, we definitely something we need to be considering. Thanks. Chief Counsel Payne.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to briefly mention this. This is probably everyone's aware of this, but Both this is the case as staff and as commissioners, we're all employees with the state of California. And as such, we have to satisfy the vaccination requirements. So as you all are aware, that's either proof of vaccination or proof of a negative test. So that's just something to keep in mind when we're contemplating being together. We have to make sure that we're providing those either of those two pieces of information prior to any meetings together, wherever that is.
Okay, very good. All right, we have a lot to think about. I appreciate this conversation and the enthusiasm for getting together. I really want to get together too. So I've got a bunch of notes. We'll work on this with Director Hernandez and team and work on figuring out how we're going to do this. I think we'll have a little bit of a dry run on the 28th when we meet in Sacramento. So with that, I'm going to take public comment on this agenda item was discussion of future meeting dates, and then just general public comment at the end of the day. So I have Commissioner Fernandez.
If you want to start public comment, then I can make my comment while we're waiting, unless there's already somebody in queue. No. That's cool.
All right. So we're doing general public comment as well?
Yes.
The commission will now take a public comment for the general public comment for items not on the agenda and the agenda item relating to meetings in person. To give comment or future meeting dates. To give comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter the meeting ID number 838-6565-7077 for this meeting. Once you have dialed in, please press star 9 to enter the comment queue. The full call-in instructions have been read previously in this meeting and are provided in full on the live stream landing page.
Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you. If I could, I probably should have said this earlier, but if I could make a recommendation for tomorrow, because we have 7 zones and 33 counties or something like that, something that's pretty crazy tomorrow. But what made it a little difficult for me today was we went from county to county to county, we discussed it, and then at the end we went back for visualizations. For me, I think it would be helpful to do like the county and visualization at the same time and then move on to another, not county, the zone and visualization at the same time, and then move to another zone and visualization so that we're not like going all over the place and we're kind of repeating the process and showing the same maps that were shown, which were great maps, but we're having to see it again because we kind of forgot where some of the areas were. So I'm just trying to think of how for tomorrow, only because we have so much that we're going to try to cover. I'm not sure how everybody else feels about that.
I see Commissioner Turner's.
Yeah, I'm Commissioner Fernandez. I agree. I'd like to focus on the one area at a time, all the way through.
Okay, Commissioner Toledo.
Yeah, I think that would help me too. It just it's hard to go back and forth between the counties and to just my notes are because I have so like they're just my notes are by county, so it would help at least me.
Okay, it would help me too. Commissioner Anderson.
Yeah, I will get in touch with line drawers and see if we can, sort of rearrange a little bit and run it that way.
Okay. Well, we have a caller.
For those that just called in, if you could please press star 9 on your telephone keypad indicating you called in to give comment, which I'm sure you did. Oops. I see that hand, and if you could now press star 6 and unmute. And now the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm calling from Cupertino in the Silicon Valley. And this is kind of a follow-up call on, I did the other day regarding the redistricting that is happening. My suggestion was to include Cupertino and Sunnyvale and Santa Clara as a consolidated district for the western part of the bay, essentially the tech part of it. There is a large part of the tech community, the Asian community, which actually belongs there. And it would be very good to have a representation of somebody who is basically represents that demography. I think there's a lot of difference in the demography in the East Bay and in South Bay here. And it would be much better if we had a representative who can represent the tech interest and also including, of course, the Asian community, which is present in large numbers here. There is a very outsized one in the Fremont, Milpitas area, and Cupertino is actually quite different from Fremont. So it's much closer demographically to, say, a Saratoga or a Mountain View. And it would be good to consolidate those as a single representative. So we can have somebody who represents the interest of this district the best. That's all I have to say.
Well, we appreciate your input and thank you for listening and participating in the process. So, thank you.
Thank you.
That was all of our callers at this time.
Okay. Well, then at this point, we're going to recess for the day, and we will reconvene at 9 a.m. Or 9:30. Commissioner Anderson, you what? 9:30.
Yeah, you scared me there.